Chapter 220. 6:00 p.m., early admission. Security check. Identity verification. The security check for celebrities was separated from the general audience. Qin Zhe followed his sister into the venue and saw groups of celebrities. He knew some of them and some of them were from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, etc. Many of them were singers that Qin Zhe liked when he was young. Usually, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Most of the celebrities were good-looking. The men were in formal wear, and the women were in formal wear. The venue was brightly lit, and the decorations were quite luxurious. There were 2 cameras in the auditorium and the stage. There were also many cameramen. At the entrance of the venue, there was a camera that took pictures of the celebrities walking past. Bao Bao. Su Yunhan brought Guling and Ding Lixin over. Let's sit together. Other than Su Yunhan, Qin Zhe also met some acquaintances. Huang Yudong, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, and Su Lu. These were people that he barely knew. Qin Zhe, Bao Bao. Huang Yudong and Li Rongxing brought a few of their Taiwanese celebrity friends over to greet them. Let me introduce them. Zhang Chu and Li Yun. You should know them. Huang Yudong smiled. There was no need to elaborate too much. Celebrities who could participate in the Golden Melody Awards were all famous. The 2 people that Huang Yudong introduced were more active in China. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao knew each other, and so did Li Rongxing's friends. They were celebrities in China, and the Taiwanese celebrities they knew were the ones who were active in China. As for those who were not active in China, they wouldn't have the chance to meet them. Li Rongxing's 2 friends were called Lu Jing and Yang Qin. Both of them were beautiful singers. Lu Jing focused on her career as a singer, while Yang Qin turned her career to film and television in recent years and occasionally released a single. Qin Zhe, nice to meet you. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe thought that the local stars would be very cold to him. After all, he had ridiculed them on the news some time ago. Who would have thought that the 4 of them were extremely enthusiastic and had smiles on their faces? There was still about an hour before the award ceremony started. Celebrities arrived one after another. Celebrities from the mainland came over in 2s and 3s to greet Qin Zhe. Those who didn't know him also came over to shake his hand and get familiar with him. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. How did he become the most popular one? You're all big shots, and I'm not even a celebrity. I'm just a loyal lackey under my sister's command. Many Taiwanese and Hong Kong celebrities pointed at Qin Zhe and discussed among themselves. Who is that person? I feel very welcome. I don't know her. Is she a big shot of the continent? That's impossible. If it's a big shot, we would definitely know him. The girl beside him is so beautiful. Oh, I remember now. She's Qin Bao Bao. Then he must be Qin Zhe. The one who lip-synced? Huh, yes, that's him. When he was on the red carpet just now, I heard that some fans questioned if he lip-synced. Who cares if he lip-synced or not? That song can't win an award, but it's still possible for him to win the Best Composer award. Qin Bao Bao accompanied her brother. She was slim and elegant as she watched him chat and shake hands with the celebrities. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She felt proud and amused. Her brother wasn't from the entertainment industry, so he didn't know how popular he was in the eyes of the singers. Starting from singer, she had released one fine song after another, followed by her first single album, which broke all the hot sales records. There was also Su Yunhan's Can't Fall in Love, as well as the song Borrow 500 from the Heavens, that had a high number of requests in the KTV. All of these had been tested and recognized by the market. They were solid results. Didn't Qin Bao Bao become popular quickly because of her excellent works? And Su Yunhan was nominated for the Best Mandarin Female Singer Award in the Golden Melody Awards because of Can't Fall in Love. There were many gold medal composers in the mainland, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, but he was the only one with high production and high quality. A music genius. The fastest shooter in the music industry. His reputation was like thunder. If these singers could get 1 or 2 songs from Qin Zhe, they could definitely push their fame to a new level. At the very least, they could be popular for a while. Then, the cost of commercial performances and advertisements would also increase. It was a real profit. Su Yunhan and Qin Bao Bao were living examples. Many stars from the mainland, Taiwan, and Hong Kong came to join in the fun. They surrounded Qin Zhe and talked and laughed. These Hong Kong and Taiwan singers were basically the group of people who were more active in the mainland. They knew Qin Zhe's strength and potential. Not far away, there were a few young artists from Hong Kong who were lucky enough to participate in the Golden Melody Awards. They were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. After the Hong Kong seniors finished greeting each other, they came over and asked, "Brother Chen, who is that person? Why is he so popular?" Chen Yuanhong, a famous Hong Kong and Taiwan singer who was quite popular in the mainland, smiled and said, "Have you heard of Qin Zhe?" The few newcomers shook their heads blankly. Chen Yuanhong shook his head and said, "That's right. He is not considered to be from the entertainment industry, and you guys have been staying in Hong Kong to develop your career. It's normal that you guys have not heard of him. Then you should have heard of Qin Bao Bao, right?" The newcomers nodded. "Hey, Qin Zhe is her younger brother. Do you know how Qin Bao Bao became popular? She was promoted to the B-list with a show, and then a single album pushed her to the A-list. TSK, all the songs were written by her younger brother, Qin Zhe." The newcomers were dumbfounded. "Do you understand now? If you can get a song from him, you can definitely become popular." The newcomers got excited. "Ah, then let's go over and get to know him. Get familiar with him and get to know him. Go, let's go together." In this way, Qin Zhe became the most popular singer among the major singers. Even he was surprised by how popular he was. The celebrities came over to shake hands with him, greet him, and chat with him. He felt that he was attending a social evening party of the upper class and was lucky enough to become the star of the party. Gradually, he realized that although the celebrities were all social experts and did not mention anything about getting a song, he could more or less hear the meaning behind their words. This feeling was like a great beauty who could cause the downfall of a country. Men would drool and come over to talk to her and get familiar with her. In fact, he was more popular than a great beauty because he had a beautiful sister who was ignored beside him. Qin Bao Bao was proud and happy to see her younger brother being surrounded by so many people. Her eyes rippled with an emotion that she did not even notice. At 7:30, the award ceremony began. The lights suddenly changed. The venue turned from bright to dark, while the lights on the stage were bright. Then the music started. The male and female hosts walked on the stage side by side and sang a love song. It was a classic duet between a man and a woman. It opened with a golden song that everyone was familiar with. When the song ended, there was thunderous applause. "I would like to congratulate all the finalists present. You have stood out among the 12,860 works in the fierce competition. You have to find the 24 Golden Melody Awards tonight. No matter what the result is, your efforts have been recognized by everyone." The male host held the microphone and gave an impassioned speech. Applause, cheers. The female host continued, "At the same time, the attendance rate tonight is also quite high. It is also a gathering of the musicians in front of and behind the scenes. Thank you very much for taking the time to come. Some of you were still filming last night, but you are sitting at our venue tonight. Hello, Mr. Guoshueming." A Xiangjiang heavenly king stood up and bowed slightly. There was another round of warm applause. "Guoshueming has been nominated for our award," the male host said. "What song?" the female host asked. "Why don't we sing a song?" "Sure." The music started. Qin Zhe heard the celebrities behind him talking. "Guoshueming will definitely win an award this time." "I think so." Sure enough, halfway through the song, Guoshueming suddenly stood up and went on stage. He took the microphone from the male host and sang with all his heart. "The first award is for Best Taiwanese Female Singer. The nominees are The host announced the names of a few female singers and introduced their resumes, singing styles, the number of times they were nominated, and so on. Every female singer had a short clip of about 10 seconds. Finally, the male host announced, Best Taiwanese Female Singer. The winner is. The nominated female singers held their breaths and were very nervous. The winner is Lee Aki. The music of the winning song floated in the venue. Lee Aki stood up excitedly and walked onto the stage with her long skirt dragging behind her, accepting the applause of the audience. Lee Aki gave her acceptance speech. This award is really rare. I have been nominated 4 times, but this is my first time standing on this stage. Thank you to the staff who participated in this album, thank you to the stage of the Golden Melody Awards, and thank you to my family. After a long speech, she left the stage. Next, the awards were given out one by one. Best Taiwanese Male Singer. Best Taiwanese Album. Best Aboriginal Singer. Best Orchestra. Best Vocal Group. Best Mandarin Male Singer. As expected, Heartwarming won the award. Qin Zhe and his sister sat in the seats and watched the celebrities win the awards one by one. He said, Best Mandarin Female Singer is next. I don't know if it will be you. Qin Bao Bao answered pessimistically, I don't know. Qin Zhe cheered for his sister. It must be you. His sister said happily, Thank you for your help. Chapter 221. In the end, the Best Chinese Female Singer award was given to Su Yunhan and not Qin Bao. Su Yunhan was overjoyed. She wore a plain long dress, her hair was tied up in a high bun, and she had a beautiful oval face. Among the female singers, she was one of the more outstanding ones. In the previous Golden Melody Awards, among the 20 or so awards, the probability of mainland celebrities winning was the lowest. Not to mention the political situation, there were too many singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Excluding some Taiwanese awards, indigenous singers, and so on, only half of the remaining awards were left. Then, the Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland celebrities competed for it. The venue played the song, Can't Get Rid of Love, with a melancholy melody. At the same time, the subtitles announced, Su Yunhan is a mainland female singer. Her song lines are clear, and her single album, Can't Get Rid of Love, is a pleasant surprise. Su Yunhan went on stage to receive her award and shook hands with the 2 hosts. Then, she gave her acceptance speech. First of all, I would like to thank my management company, Xing Entertainment, for giving me this opportunity. At the same time, I would like to thank the stage of the Golden Melody Awards for allowing me to stand here. I remember someone told me that my style is erratic and that my potential has reached its limit. It would be difficult for me to improve further. I don't agree with this view. For many of the singers present, what they lack is a good song. So, I would like to thank my friend Qin Bao and her brother Qin Zhe. The camera locked onto Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, who were sitting in their seats. The scene was slightly strange. The 2 of them were in the middle of a dispute. The older sister said, Wow, the little red guy is indeed a toxic healer. You have to compensate me for my award. Qin Zhe was unconvinced, F***ck, what does it have to do with me? This is fate. Do you know, Sister Bao Bao? The address of Sister Bao Bao made Qin Bao's hair stand on end. In the end, she was no match for her brother in terms of talking, so she pinched his face to vent her anger. The camera panned over and happened to capture this scene. The siblings immediately turned off the engine. Qin Bao Bao showed a stiff smile to the camera. There was a burst of good-natured laughter. The celebrities thought that they were indeed youngsters. They were so playful, but the relationship between this pair of siblings was really good. At that time, when I shamelessly asked Qin Bao Bao for a song, I didn't expect this day to come. She was very loyal and called her brother to ask for a song. Qin Zhe was even more loyal. With just a phone call, he sent the song sample over. As for the licensing fee, it could be said that it was free. I want to thank them, thank you very much. The speech ended. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Many singers' eyes lit up as they thought, is there such a thing? It seemed that if he wanted to ask them for a song, he would have to be friends with them first. Without Chinze's song, Su Yunhan would not have won the award today. She was a living example. Below the stage, Chinze leaned over to his sister's ear and whispered, "Why are there some awards for singing and some for not singing?" He found that some singers were singing, while others were just giving their acceptance speeches. Qin Bao Bao's ears were blown by his hot breath, causing half of her body to melt. She said angrily, "How would I know? This is also my first time participating in the Golden Melody Awards." As the siblings were talking, the announcer said, "Next up is the Best Newcomer Award. The nominees are Qin Bao Bao." Chinze said happily, "This is yours, right?" "Aya, don't talk." Qin Bao Bao frowned. "Are you trying to poison your sister to death again?" Chinze was furious. He pinched her nose and pulled her head to his side. His sister cried out in a nasal voice, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Su Yunhan raised her cell phone to capture this scene. She said happily, "I'm going to upload this to the internet." The host announced, "The winner is Qin Bao Bao." Applause and cheers. The cameras locked onto them. Qin Bao Bao took out her cell phone and opened her notebook. She glanced at the acceptance speech and walked to the stage while holding her long skirt. Every nominated star would prepare an acceptance speech, and Chinze had prepared one as well. A bright light shone down, and her white dress reflected a hazy halo, setting off her beautiful face and snow-white skin. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao was the center of attention. People who were whispering, people who were chatting, and people who were absent-minded all focused their attention on her. Perhaps only the word flirtatious could describe her, even if she was wearing a snow-white dress. But his sister's appearance and temperament were completely different from that of a pure and innocent girl. Her delicate face, tall and slender figure, and her eyes were incomparably flirtatious. "Your sister is so beautiful," Su Yunhan said emotionally. "Of course, my sister is the most beautiful," Chinze said proudly. "Pfft." Su Yunhan burst out laughing. "I don't know why, but I just thought of the sentence, 'My brother is amazing.' You two are indeed brother and sister." Qin Bao Bao stood on the stage, looking radiant. The hairstylist's meticulously styled curls draped over her right shoulder. The sparkling diamond necklace and spotless white dress made her look like a goddess. "Ah, no, a fairy." Qin Bao Bao's acceptance speech was very short. She didn't elaborate on the random characters. "I want to thank my brother. Without his support, I might still be an unknown female singer. He paved my path and gave me strength and confidence." Qin Bao Bao mustered up her courage and stared in Chinze's direction. "Sister will always love you." Clap clap clap. Intense applause. Su Yunhan couldn't help but applaud for the brother-sister relationship. I seem to see a hint of guilt in Chinze's eyes. Is it my imagination?" Qin Bao Bao returned with the trophy and showed it to her brother like a little girl. "I'm amazing, right? Watch me." "Amazing, beautiful, sister, you're amazing." Qin Bao Bao was coaxed by her brother's sweet words. "Kiss award," sister braked in time. "Can't speed, or it will overturn. This is not home, so I can't mess around. So I changed it to stroke the dog's head with a smile. Good boy, sister will reward you when we get home." Su Yunhan looked at them with a blank face. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was being fed a stomach full of dog food. They are obviously brother and sister. Am I hallucinating again? Chinze felt that it was necessary to take time to discuss the dangers of stroke the dog's head with a smile with his sister. After all, they were family, and this trick was too self-deprecating. Qin Bao Bao had just sat down when her name was called for the next award ceremony. Best Album Award, the winner is Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao got up again and walked around again. The applause was still warm. Some singers shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Everyone was convinced. The winning album was not her single album, but a compilation of songs from the Singer program. It was licensed by Star Art to a local record company in Taiwan. Taiwan was not within the scope of Star Art's business, but there were partners. Qin Bao Bao's single sales not only topped the list for 2 months in a row, but also broke Taiwan's 5-year sales record. One must know that the quality of the songs she sang on the Singer program was much higher than her single album. Every song was a long-lasting masterpiece. Qin Bao Bao gained a lot of fame in Taiwan with just one album. "Okay, we got it," the host said with a smile. "Thank you, brother. We'll always love you, right?" Applause and laughter floated in the air. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. "Yes, my brother is the best." Su Yunhan thought that the title of Brother Crazy Demon was going to be popular in Taiwan. Everyone has seen enough stars just now, but in addition to stars, there are many musicians who have worked hard to create. Their contributions to music are huge. Next, the Best Composer Award will be presented. The nominees are Qin Zhe, Liang Huansheng, Zhou Yuming, Huang Weiwei, and Li Yu. The subtitles were broadcasted, introducing the works of the nominees and their resumes. Qin Zhe's song was Blue and White Porcelain, which was popular in Taiwan and Hong Kong. The host glanced at the venue, opened the name card in his hand, and smiled. This person is definitely not unfamiliar to everyone. The winner is. There was a noisy wave of voices in the venue. Some people called Liang Huansheng, some called Zhou Yuming, some called the other two, but no one called Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the chaos and screamed, "My little brother, no, Qin Zhe." When the venue quieted down, the host said loudly, "Liang Huansheng. Teacher Liang, it's really you." "Huh, old Liang, I told you that this year's Best Composer Award would be you. Congratulations, congratulations." Liang Huansheng stood up, hugged his friends, and walked to the stage with his head held high. "This award is not fair." Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her nose was crooked. "Bao Bao, you've already won 2 awards in a row, both of which are related to Qin Zhe. The jury has to consider balance. They can't give all the awards to one person just because their songs are good," Su Yunhan analyzed. "But A's is only one of the nominees. If he's not the Best Composer Award, this trip to Taiwan will be in vain," Qin Bao Bao said gloomily. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's frowning face and wanted to pat her head to comfort her. "Forget it, we're a family. I won't make fun of myself. Being able to accompany my sister here is the biggest reward. The Best Song Award is just a bonus." Qin Bao Bao smiled happily as her brother, who was good at sweet-talking, could always make her sister happy. "I wonder if there's a Best Song Award this year," Guling said. "This award is not given every year, unless it's an especially amazing song." "Yes, yes. Qin Zhe's opera too was nominated before." At that time, the jury argued for a long time. "I heard it from my friends," Ding Lixin said, "but this kind of award is usually given at the end. It's more special and is used as the finale of the award ceremony, so it won't be announced in advance. In other words, it's still unknown whether there will be an award or not." At the mention of this, Qin Bao Bao was even more gloomy. "They all said that my brother lip-synced. I'm so angry." Ding Lixin hesitated for a moment and couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Qin Zhe, are you really singing or lip-syncing?" Qin Zhe smiled and said, "I'm really singing." Ding Lixin said, "Oh." It was unknown whether she believed him or not. The Best Song Awards gradually came to an end. One award after another was given out. Qin Bao Bao hugged 2 awards and leaned her head on her brother's shoulder. She was drowsy. In order not to expose the fact that she slept with her brother, she woke up very early this morning. She also got drunk last night and didn't feel very energetic all day. She couldn't hold back her sleepiness anymore. At this point, the 24 awards have been given out. The male host's voice sounded. "But don't be in a hurry to take a stand. There's still one last award to be given out tonight." There were a lot of phrases in Taiwan. The female host continued, "It's the Best Song Award." The male host asked, "Which song can win this honor?" "I'm very curious." Chapter 222. There was a Best Song Award this year. This piqued the curiosity of many celebrities. The Best Song Award had been abolished before for two reasons: superfluous and domineering. It was as domineering as Qin Zhe's sister's figure. They felt that it would overshadow the other awards, so it was abolished. Later, it was re-established, but it did not happen every year. It did not happen last year, nor the year before. Unexpectedly, it happened this year. Which song will it be? Is there a record for a single album this year? There really is. Didn't Qin Bao Bao's single album break the record? But Qin Bao Bao has already won the Best Album Award. It can't be repeated. The Best Song Award is independent of other awards. It can't be repeated. It might not be Qin Bao Bao. Liang Huanqing's song won this year. It's really good. The singer is Nikki, right? Maybe it will be Nikki. There's also Luo Meiqin. Her new song this year was very popular in Xinjiang. It was also popular in Taiwan for a while. Nikki was a young female singer. She was very excited and nervous. Luo Meiqin was a Xinjiang singer in her 30s. She chatted with the people around her without changing her expression, but she glanced at the stage from time to time, showing her anticipation. His sister said confidently, "It will definitely be you." Qin Zhe said, "I think it will be you." He was looking forward to it. If he could win an award, it would be a pity if he did not win an award on this trip to Taiwan. Everyone was making guesses. Their curiosity and anticipation were high. The host saw that the guests and audience were excited. He slowly revealed the name list. Singer of Opera 2. Qin Zhe. With the host's announcement, the venue was in an uproar. Damn, it's really him? I didn't see him go on stage to receive the award. I thought it was rejected in the end. Damn, the organizing committee is holding back. They're courting death. Isn't Opera 2 lip-syncing? Why was it chosen? I don't accept it. I, Outyan, don't accept it. I, Outyan, don't accept it. I, Outyan, don't accept it. His sister excitedly pushed him out of his seat. Go and receive the award. Go. Qin Zhe was also dumbfounded. Am I the winner of the Songwriter of the Year award? Why didn't the organizing committee inform me? Is this how the previous Best Song Awards are played? Rumor has it that I lip-synced. Are the judges so willful? Wow, I was wrong. I shouldn't have complained about Wanwan. All of you have discerning eyes. He got up, straightened the hem of his suit, and strode to the podium. Then, with his excellent hearing, he heard the whispers. Can lip-syncing win an award? I'm afraid there's a dirty deal going on. It's really him? I'm not convinced. Proud heaven, sure enough, there was a galaxy of talents. Ao Tian, Ri Tian, and Wang Tian were all gathered. What was this Tian again? Unable to hear clearly, Qin Zhe turned his head and looked over. The other side quickly quieted down. Everyone was smiling from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Zhe stepped onto the podium, took the trophy from the host, and faced the hundreds of audience members and celebrities. What should he say? A composer's acceptance speech would definitely not work. He did not prepare a speech. Learn from Qin Bao Bao and say, "Sister, I love you." No. That would be too evil. Using other people's lines, thank the company, thank the family. But he did not have a company. Instead of thanking the family, he might as well shout, "Sister, I love you." Anyway, his parents would not watch such a live stream. He could also make his sister's impression of him at the same time. Perhaps he could squeeze in the same bed again tonight. After all, Sister Ziwei would be at home. It would not be good to have a long talk with his sister. Just say a few words, the host reminded him. First of all, I would like to thank the stage of the Golden Melody Awards for giving me the chance to stand here. Then, I would like to thank my sister, Qin Bao Bao. If it wasn't for her back then, I might not have taken the path of composing. I will also resolutely continue on this path in the future. Qin Zai's brain twitched. For some reason, he said, I will definitely write songs. I will not give up in this lifetime. I can only rely on writing songs to maintain my passion for life. The Golden Melody Awards is a good place. Everyone there is a big shot, and they sing well. I love it here. Clatter clatter. Warm applause. As the stars clapped, they thought, these words are so familiar. It's full of déjà vu. I seem to have heard them somewhere. Miss Qin, you will be singing soon. We will play the original soundtrack. You just need to cooperate, the host said. There was such a thing? Do you also think that I lip-synced? Qin Zai did not understand the ways of the entertainment industry. In fact, whether he lip-synced or not had nothing to do with the Golden Melody Awards. To give an inappropriate example, A Star's album was also edited by a sound recordist. After some editing, the sound would at most be retained by 60 to 70%. It seemed right to say that this was lip-syncing. The selection criteria for the Golden Melody Awards were based on the quality of the song. The biggest highlight of Opera 2 was the integration of the dolphin sound into the song. It was a groundbreaking work. Before this, no one had thought of integrating the dolphin sound into the song. The whole song, from the initial depression to the final explosion, was connected perfectly. It made people's blood boil and their hair stand on end. However, the audience did not think so. They felt that this kind of singing was too unbelievable. It was lip-synced, an electronic synthesized sound. This song did not live up to its name and should not be selected for the Best Song of the Year award. Qin Zai communicated with the system in his mind. System, they all look down on me. Why is there no mission? System? System? The system did not respond. Was it my imagination? I don't actually have a system. I was distracted just now, the system said lightly. What a simple and crude reason. Qin Zai covered his face. What about the mission? No, the system said in a salty manner. Why? My desire to show my divinity in front of people is bursting. Qin Zai said in disdain, you are really low. Although it is the truth that I am low, I still hope that the host can sincerely praise me. You are the best. The system said, after all, I am low and you are a salty fish. We should warm each other up. Praise? Qin Zai waved his hand, it doesn't exist. The host looked at him blankly. He did not understand the meaning of this wave. No need, I will sing a cappella, Qin Zai said. The host and host were dumbfounded. Brother, don't play with fire. The Golden Melody Awards have nothing to do with you. If you fail, won't you be destroying our reputation? Qin Zai said, you have to believe in the integrity and ability of the fastest shooter in the music industry. The host was dumbfounded. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Zai opened his mouth. The house is completed. Fill my loneliness. The door slammed shut behind him. The autumn wind blows against the window. The celebrities in the venue were also dumbfounded. What's going on? A cappella? Where is the background music? It's really a cappella. It can't be. I thought he was going to rely on lip-syncing to get through. Where did he get the confidence to actually sing a cappella? Su Yunhan turned to Qin Bao Bao and said, your brother must be up to something. Qin Bao Bao wrinkled his nose and said, if he's up to something, then so be it. Ding Lixin was both confused and surprised. A cappella? Is Qin Zai really not lip-syncing? Qin Bao Bao said unhappily, didn't I say he was really singing? The climax of the song was here. The high-pitched, loud, and pure voice was like a sharp sword that pierced through the venue and spread through the sound amplification equipment, filling the entire venue. Ah 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 ah. In the huge venue, hundreds of people had goosebumps. Singing a cappella without any extra accompaniment, the pure voice was spread through the sound amplification equipment. Once again, the celebrities and audience in the venue heard this voice, but this time it was clearer and purer. It was the dream of all coquettish men to have their own BGM. Qin Zhe mustered up the courage to not be a coquettish man and took the initiative to do the BGM. Countless Taiwanese netizens who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded when they heard the pure and clear voice coming from the loudspeaker. A few seconds later, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. What's going on? Didn't he say he was lip-syncing? He can't lip-sync, right? He's too invincible. What's there to lip-sync about? There's no accompaniment, and he's just singing a cappella with a microphone. That's his real voice. Who said he was lip-syncing? This is King's skill. You can only believe half of what the media says. You can't believe a single word from the entertainment media. I've watched the show, Singer, when I climbed over the wall and was shocked. I was very disappointed when I heard that he was lip-syncing. Now I'm convinced. Awesome. He's so cool. His name is Qin Zhe, right? Remember him. The bullet screen went crazy, and the screen was filled with bullet screen comments. There were at least a few 100,000 Taiwanese netizens watching the live broadcast. This was a big event in the Taiwanese entertainment industry, and almost everyone who followed the entertainment industry would watch it. The audience suddenly fell silent. There was no applause or cheering. Everyone was immersed in the penetrating sound. Even the veteran singers and heavenly kings who had been famous for a long time could only say, 666, in their hearts. Qin Zhe finished singing and let out a long sigh. The host had heard the original version and thought that it was over. He joked, "Can it be higher?" Qin Zhe raised his microphone. Could it be even higher? How long was this breath? The audience was in an uproar. They were listening in silence just now, but now many people were shouting excitedly and waving their arms. I've heard the original version. It's 4 notes. He's singing 6 notes now. That's awesome. Ding Lixin was shocked. Guling shivered. She couldn't take it anymore. She was going to climax. The way she looked at Qin Zhe had changed. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." The next moment, applause sounded, followed by a tsunami of cheers. Many celebrities stood up and applauded in amazement for this perfect performance and the perfect singing. There was no doubt or jealousy. There was only admiration and amazement. Chapter 223. Amidst the endless cheers, the 28th Golden Melody Awards came to an end. When the ceremony ended, the number of celebrities congratulating and chatting increased significantly. Their smiles were also more sincere. Qin Zhe patiently dealt with them. After a month of workplace training, he had benefited greatly. If it was when he was an intern or a student, he would feel bored. Even now, he was still bored. However, he was able to hide his thoughts very well. He patiently exchanged pleasantries with all kinds of people. It was always good to be familiar with people. None of the people present were trash. They were all celebrities with connections and money. Who knows, they might be of use in the future. They took Guling and Ding Lixin's nanny van and returned to the hotel. Their original plan was to rent a business car. Now, they could even save some money. Even though they were not short of money, Qin Zhe subconsciously wanted to save as much as possible. It was all thanks to the old man's trick of raising a man in poverty. In the car, Ding Lixin and the other women were chatting away. Guling's eyes were filled with love as she said, "Qin Zhe, do you have the face to have an account number?" "No." Qin Zhe thought to himself. "I've only heard of Facebook, but I've never seen it before." Then WeChat. Let's add each other on WeChat. As a celebrity in both China and Taiwan, Guling definitely had a WeChat account. Adults did not seem to use Penguin. They all used WeChat. Qin Zhe used both WeChat and Penguin. After university, he used Penguin less and less because his sister used WeChat. As a qualified sister complex, he had to follow his sister's footsteps. Su Yunhan also took out her phone. Let's add each other too. They scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Qin Bao repeatedly observed Guling's expression. With a woman's sharp intuition, she smelled that something was wrong. Could it be another pitiful person who fell for her brother's invisible flirting skill? Humph, this black-hearted maggot. Back at the hotel, Qin Zhe rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. Feeling refreshed, he wore his underwear and lay on the bed to watch TV. At the same time, he waited for his sister to sneakily knock on the door. When it was 11 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Qin Zhe happily jumped off the bed and opened the door. The charming beauty Guling was standing at the door with a faint smile on her face. Why are you here? Qin Zhe looked outside and didn't see Ding Lixin and Su Yunhan. Let me seduce you. Guling thought to herself. What's the fastest way to seduce a man? That's right, sneak into a man's room at night. Guling was very interested in Qin Zhe from the moment they met. Half of it was because of his talent, and the other half was because of his looks. Beautiful women were popular, and handsome men were also popular. It just so happened that she was a woman with a strong desire for men. She had truly fallen in love with Qin Zhe tonight, when a song had brought her to the climax. What a strange man. Please come in. Qin Zhe invited Guling into the house. Guling sat down on the sofa. The hotel room was equipped with 2 single sofas and a round glass table. I'm going to boil some tea. The tea leaves shouldn't be that good. Just make do with it. Qin Zhe turned around and went to boil some water. Although he didn't know why a Taiwanese girl came to his room, he couldn't neglect the way of hospitality taught by his grandfather. Guling thought to herself that it was good to drink some tea and have a heart-to-heart talk. When the tea was ready, Qin Zhe and Guling sat opposite each other and chatted while sipping tea. This is your first time in Taiwan, right? How do you feel? Guling asked casually. Calling him by his name was too distant, and it wasn't suitable for them to develop a relationship. Calling him by his nickname could quickly shorten the distance between them. The scenery is pretty good. Qin Zhe thought to himself. Why did A's call him by his nickname? You didn't bring your girlfriend with you to Taiwan this time? Guling probed. There are a lot of tourists coming to Taiwan every year, but it's a bit troublesome to get a pass. Where did my girlfriend come from? I'm a single dog. Qin Zhe mocked himself. You broke up? I've never had a girlfriend. Qin Zhe changed this sad topic. Did you just come from Su Yunhan's place? Su Yunhan was also in this hotel. Although Ding Lixin and Guling invited her to stay at their place, Su Yunhan also had her own assistant and manager. It was too troublesome to stay in 2 different places, and it was too naggy to stay at a friend's place. Guling took a sip of tea and admired Qin Zhe's figure and appearance. She was more and more satisfied. She felt that she could play with this boyfriend for a long time. No, she could date him for a long time. He was handsome, talented, and knew how to make money. She had broken up with her ex-boyfriend for a few months, and she hadn't found a man she liked. Compared to Qin Zhe, her ex-boyfriend was trash. His character was average, he was handsome, and he was talented. What was that? He didn't have it at all. The only good thing about him was that his father was rich. He was a rich second-generation heir. Looking at Qin Zhe's strong figure, his waist must be very strong. You've never had a girlfriend before? Fine, I'll take this. You're so good, but you've never had a girlfriend before? Guling asked. Sister doesn't allow it. I don't want to have a girlfriend too early. My career is more important. And I don't have any experience. I don't know how to pursue girls. Qin Zhe changed his words. I think I heard something sad. Actually, it's not hard to get a girlfriend. Girls aren't as hard to pursue as you think. Guling's heart skipped a beat. Not only did she have to take the first blood, but she also had to teach him various positions. TSK, just thinking about it was exciting. Is that so? Qinze appeared uninterested. He wasn't interested in flirting with girls. He just had to learn how to flirt with sisters. Sister Ziwei was also a sister. He had never had a girlfriend, and he had no experience in relationships. He was a pure virgin. Guling labeled him in her heart. She suddenly realized that this was a godsend. Such a good man had never experienced relationships. It was just like how a super beauty like Qin Bao had never experienced love. Was it possible? No matter how she thought about it, it was a gift from the heavens. Guling felt that she could control this little boy. She could unlock any position she wanted. She had to hold on tight. She might even become a rich man's wife in the future. She let her imagination run wild. It could also be a lie. Anyway, she would just have to verify it later. Experience was something that could not be faked. Guling was just about to expose Qinze when there was another knock on the door. It was soft and sneaky. Qinze immediately got up and opened the door. The sound of his sister knocking on the door was too strange. It always gave people the feeling that they were having an affair. The door opened. Qin Bao stood at the door in her pajamas. She must have just taken a shower. Her hair was still damp and her face was flushed. The sister smiled brightly and reached out to hug her brother's neck. Little pervert, her gaze swept past Qinze and saw Guling sitting by the window. The sister's movements suddenly froze and her smile disappeared. The two women's eyes met and understood a lot of things in an instant. Damn little bitch, seducing my brother in the middle of the night. Why did she come to Qinze's room in the middle of the night? F***ck, tonight's plan is ruined. Qin Bao hid the murderous look in her eyes very well. She suppressed the surging power and smiled happily. Guling, why are you here? Guling also smiled. Her smile was impeccable. I came to find Qinze to talk about creative inspiration. When I debuted, I also walked the path of a singer-songwriter, but I've run out of ideas in recent years. That's good. My brother is not very talented, but he's good at writing a few songs. Qin Bao was full of smiles. He's also simple-minded and easily confused by the flowers and plants outside. Other than that, he has no shortcomings. Qinze is very good. Guling retorted. It's so late. Bao still came to his room. When we return to the mainland tomorrow, I'll see how he's packing up. Qin Bao sighed. I'm both a mother and a sister. Women were indeed born actors. Her face was overflowing with motherly and sister love. Then, Qin Bao and Guling sat down and chatted enthusiastically. One after another, they chatted happily as if they were old friends and close girlfriends. Both of them wanted to wear the other out. After a tough tug-of-war, Guling was the first to retreat. It was too late. They were just talking about creative inspiration. There was no need to disturb them so late. If they stayed and did not leave, everyone would know what they were thinking. She stood up and smiled. I'll go back and rest first. I'll go to the mainland another day and find a Qinze to talk to. All right, she still did not give up. Sure. Qin Bao enthusiastically sent her out and watched her figure disappear at the end of the long corridor. Sister closed the door and snorted proudly. Flirtatious bitch, you dare to compete with me? Then, she kicked Qinze and twisted his ear. Little brat, when I wasn't paying attention, you caused trouble for me. Are you disappointed? At this time, Qinze more or less came to his senses. Although he lacked experience in love, it did not mean that he was brainless. I didn't do anything with her. What else do you want to do with her? Sister frowned and twisted her eyebrows even more. Qinze was not someone who was willing to be bullied by his sister. He slapped his sister on the bed and rode her soft body. "You're a troublemaker." Sister retaliated with a small fist and hit her brother's chest. "You're a black-hearted maggot. I don't know how women work. How can I react so quickly? Of course, I invited her in first." Qin Zhe defended himself. "If you don't care, you're black-hearted. I even ket a dog." Qin Zhe smiled and patted his sister's head. Qin Bao Bao was pressed down by her brother's 140 kilograms weight. It was like Sun Wukong being pressed down by the five-finger mountain of a bald boss. Resistance was futile. Her heart was stifled. Qin Bao Bao said in a huff, "I wanted to reward you with a kiss. Now, it's gone. It's fine if it's gone. Anyway, there's been a lot of crab recently." Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's hand and said, "We can only hold hands in the bridal room. Do you know that we can only hold hands when we give birth?" He got up from his sister's body. Qin Bao Bao was stunned and suddenly rolled on the bed. "Ah, I'm pregnant. You can spit. I give you full marks." He lifted the blanket and wrapped his sister in it before crawling in. Chapter 224. The two of them laid on the bed, covered with the same blanket, with two heads on two pillows, staring at each other. The brother and sister were silent, staring at each other with meaningful and affectionate eyes. Then, Qin Bao Bao's face quickly turned red, and she looked down. "I won." Qin Zhe thought happily. Before they were 10 years old, they used to play this kind of childish game, using their eyes to pinch each other. Whoever looked down first would lose. Usually, it was the sister who won. Little Qin Zhe shyly looked down. "Now, every dog has its day, don't bully the young for being poor, the ancients were right." Qin Bao Bao pulled up the blanket, covering half of her head, and whispered, "It's so warm, when I sleep alone, I can't warm up the blanket, I have to turn on the air conditioner." "Aren't you sleeping with Sister Ziwei?" Qin Zhe wondered. "Qin Bao Bao, don't you know how to chat, you little pervert? We each have a blanket." The sister rolled her eyes. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her brother's calf with her foot, and giggled, "Aze, you have so little leg hair, it's as smooth as a woman's. I heard that if you have little leg hair, your desire is weak. Host, I think I know the truth about you being a salted fish." The system said, "Are you that cold? Damn it, don't suddenly come back to life, I'm going to pee." Qin Zhe felt his heart twitch. "I have something to say." Qin Zhe said. "MMP?" The system said. "No, I'm thinking, with you in my head, when I'm having sex with my wife, I feel like someone is watching, the psychological pressure is huge." The system, "This is not easy to answer, let me think." The system was silent for a few seconds. "Do you watch Animal World?" "Must watch when I was young, I can like it now." "Have you ever seen animals mate?" "Yes, I have, I don't feel anything, it's not as exciting as Japanese action movies." "If you have feelings, I would admire you for being a man." The system said, "Similarly, in my eyes, it's like watching animals mating. Although I am an artificial intelligence, in my settings, I do not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Host, when you have sex with a female creature, to me, it is like watching animals mating." "Host, are you distracted?" Qin Zhe ignored it and looked at his sister's enchanting face. He didn't know why, but his heart was as still as water. What AF** king low-class system. With just a few words, it destroyed the thing I desired the most in my life. Did I say something wrong? Host, your brain waves are extremely strange now. They're almost straight. How are you going to trigger missions in the future if you're like this? Host. Stop blabbering. It's not easy for me, the great sage, heaven's equal to heaven, either. You didn't give up after killing me, and you still want to destroy my indestructible body? Qin Zhe slapped his own head, treating it as slapping the system. What are you doing? Qin Bao Bao rubbed her brother's head. Don't you have leg hair too? Qinze also wanted to use his feet to rub his sister's leg, but she was wearing pajamas. Sister, are you a little fairy? You definitely don't have leg hair. Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks. You're a little fairy, then what about me? We're not even born from the same mother. Qinze laughed and pinched his sister's cheeks. Qin Bao Bao shrunk her head and said softly, so what? What? Nothing. Qin Bao Bao turned over and showed him the back of her head. Go to sleep, we'll go home tomorrow. The flight on the 26th of November was at 7 a.m. The plane landed at Pudong Airport at 8:40 a.m. Qin Bao Bao wore sunglasses, a woman's large-brimmed hat, and a mask. Even so, her long legs, slender waist, and perky but always attracted attention. This woman's body was very domineering. Qinze also wore sunglasses. His sister had spent 200 yuan to buy them from the Taipei night market. They were the Baosheng brand sunglasses, a proper Baosheng brand pirated Baosheng brand. It was just a temporary use, so Qinze didn't blame his sister for shopping so carelessly. After getting off the ferry, Qin Bao Bao asked her agent and assistant to go home. They took the elevator and went to the departure gate. Zijin, which gate are you at? Gate 2. Be careful. That's the gate to the mainland. Hong Kong and Taiwan are after the 13th. It's far away. Hurry up and drive here. Qin Bao Bao criticized her best friend. I know, but I'm not familiar with Pudong Airport. Wang Zijin said, feeling wronged. They waited for a few minutes at the gate, and the little red horse slowly came over. Wang Zijin got off the car and waved. Sister Ziwei ran over, opened her arms and asked for a hug. Qin Bao Bao greeted her with a smile. Wang Zijin turned a corner, left her best friend aside, and hugged Qinze. A's, I thought of my sister. Qin Bao Bao stood there awkwardly, gritting her teeth. This woman did it on purpose to get back at her for criticizing her. A woman's narrow-mindedness and vengeance would never let it go. Wang Zijin threw the car key to Qinze, and wanted to take a break and sit in the passenger seat. However, Qin Bao Bao was one step ahead. Using her unique, perky butt, she swung her tail and knocked Wang Zijin, causing her to stagger. Then she sat in the passenger seat. Wang Zijin thought bitterly, what's so great about having a big butt? What's so great about having big breasts? I'll marry you off sooner or later. She got into the back seat, feeling wronged. The little red horse drove away from the airport and headed back to her home, which was dozens of kilometers away. Qin Bao Bao opened a bag of potato chips bought from Bao Dao and ate them. She didn't forget to feed her brother, deliberately provoking Wang Zijin. Bao Dao is really good. It's fun. A's. It's not bad. Qinze gave a neutral comment, but he didn't notice that Sister Ziwei in the back seat was rolling her eyes. We took a lot of photos. I'll show them to you later. Qin Bao Bao said. I don't want to see them. Wang Zijin said, what are you eating? I want to eat too. Aren't you on your period today? Why are you eating snacks? Be careful not to leak your period. Qin Bao Bao retaliated. Get lost. Wang Zijin kicked the seat. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have cleaned up this black-hearted maggot's butt. When the siblings were traveling to Bao Dao, there were a few days that the internet kept slandering Qin Bao Bao. They said that she had a sugar daddy and that she was flirting with the higher-ups of Star Art. Anyway, they didn't need any evidence, so they could slander her however they wanted. It should be people who were envious and jealous of Qin Bao Bao. It was a common thing in the entertainment industry. As long as a celebrity became popular, there would definitely be unscrupulous media outlets that would release fake news to attract attention, or competitors would buy news to slander them. Wang Zijin had been working in an online media company for a long time, so she knew the tricks very well. She also wrote a similar article to slander Su Lu, mainly because she didn't like how she used to suppress Qin Bao Bao. The chief editor read Wang Zijin's article and was shocked. He praised her and said, the whole article is not slandering, but every word is slandering. The article is full of killing intent. The slandering is natural, the slandering is harmonious. Zijin, you're a natural slanderer. I'll give you a promotion next month. Qin Zhe had previously asked her curiously how she got promoted so quickly. Wang Zijin didn't answer. She couldn't possibly say that she was a natural slanderer and that the slandering was harmonious, so she got promoted. Wang Zijin called a leader of Shanghai's SRFT. He used to be one of her father's underlings. The leader of the SRFT was very willing to work for Humian. On the same day, he sent a warning to the few online media outlets, strangling this matter in the cradle. Wang Zijin thought that Qin Zhe, this salted fish, had a long way to go before he grew up. Before that, she could protect Qin Bao for a while. For the past few days, Wang Zijin had been actively contacting her father's connections in Shanghai to prevent the Zhang family from causing trouble. However, the storm that she had anticipated did not come. It seemed that Zhang Ling did not dare to fall out with her. If she really caused trouble, Wang Zijin would fly to Beijing to give her a good slap. She had even prepared the plane ticket money. As a famous black-hearted woman in Beijing, she was a woman of her words. In a high-class way of saying, don't say I didn't warn you. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she couldn't expose her black-bellied nature in front of Qin Zhe. Qin Bao knew this, but Wang Zijin believed that Qin Bao wouldn't betray her. Back home, Wang Zijin took over Qin Zhe's laptop and said that she wanted to watch the Golden Melody Awards in high definition. After the live broadcast yesterday, the mainland version followed suit. Once the program was released, it immediately received the attention of many netizens. Qin Zhe became popular again. The dolphin sound appeared again. The netizens were shocked and shouted, "No wonder he's the fastest shooter. Amazing, amazing." Qin Zhe looked at the dense pop-up comments, "The fastest shooter is the best. The fastest shooter deserves his reputation," and 666, the fastest shooter. Suddenly, he felt that the world was dull and life was boring. Qin Bao rejoiced in his misfortune and laughed out loud. "I'm the fastest shooter. Are you happy?" Qin Zhe said angrily. Qin Bao thought about it and found it reasonable. She said angrily, "These bastards cursed my brother." Wang Zijin said enviously, "You sing so well. If I could sing so well, I would wake up smiling in my dreams." Sigh, speaking of which, Sister Ziwei had never sung before. Sister Ziwei has such a beautiful voice. "You must sing well." Qin Zhe flattered. Yes, Zijin sings very well." Qin Bao agreed. "But they all say that I'm tone deaf, but I can't feel it." Wang Zijin sighed. "They are envious, jealous, and hateful." "Zijin, come and sing a song," Qin Bao urged. Qin Zhe felt that his sister had ulterior motives. A tone-deaf person couldn't tell their own problems, just like a bad cook wouldn't think their dishes were bad and wouldn't allow others to say so. Qin Zhe thought of Nan Man Pei, who was confident in his cooking skills, and Li Donglai and his sister, who always said, "Auntie's dishes are delicious." "Sister Ziwei's singing," Wang Zijin said happily, "then I'll sing a section of Blue and White Porcelain. I like this song the most." She chose such a difficult song as soon as she opened her mouth. In order to bring out the flavor of Blue and White Porcelain, it was a test of one's singing skills. Blue and white flowers are outlined in a plain embryo. The brush strokes turn from heavy to light. Wang Zijin began to sing seriously, her face brimming with confidence. "The peony depicted in the vase is just like your initial makeup." She wasn't just tone deaf. She didn't sing a single line in tune. As the original creator of Blue and White Porcelain, Qin Zhe was cursing in his heart. Qin Bao had a hard time holding back her laughter. She simply couldn't bear it anymore. She lay on the sofa and laughed. "My ears are going to be pregnant, ha ha ha." Wang Zijin was stunned. Then she looked at Qin Zhe's broken face and suddenly understood her best friend's trick. Thus, Qinze was able to enjoy the catfight between the Wang family's little sister and his own little sister up close. Unfortunately, it was winter now, so he couldn't see the scene of his sisters in full bloom. Chapter 225. At night, they had dinner. Qin Bao curled up on the sofa and watched TV. Wang Zijin helped Qinze wash the dishes. Wang Zijin was not used to doing housework, not that she was unwilling to do it. Qin Bao was lazy. Her sister's thought was, I have a brother, why should I do housework? Qinze washed the dishes. Wang Zijin was in charge of washing, draining, and stacking the dishes in the cupboard. Qinze suddenly asked, that Zhang Ling won't do anything, will she? She said she wanted to harm my sister. Wang Zijin said casually, she wouldn't dare. She was trained by me since she was young. She doesn't have the guts. After all, she's grown up now. When she's grown up, I have a way to educate her. Qinze praised, my sister is right. Sister Ziwei is really black-hearted. I give you 100 likes. My sister is right. Sister Ziwei is really black-hearted. Sister Ziwei is really black-hearted. She is really black-hearted. Qinze's words echoed in Wang Zijin's mind. She seemed to hear the sound of her image collapsing. Bang! It was so crisp. Wang Zijin put down the bowl, washed her hands, opened the fridge without saying a word, and dug out a piece of ice. What are you doing? Qinze was confused. Not only am I black-hearted, but I'm also black-hearted. Then she turned and walked out of the kitchen. A few seconds later, the heart-wrenching scream of his sister came from the living room. Ice is in my neck. Help. It was the end of November, and the wind was cold outside. Qinze shivered inexplicably. The next day. Profit-generating investment. 9:30 in the morning, in the vice president's office. Su Tong sat on the big chair and was giving orders to his son, who was standing across the table. What's going on? Our performance dropped so much this month. The headquarters even took out 500 million to invest in profit-generating investment. How could the board of directors be satisfied with your performance? Large foreign companies are particular about appointing people based on their merits. If you are capable and experienced, then we can talk about the position of CEO. Large companies in the country were particular about nepotism. Deep down, Su Tong was still carrying on his father's business. However, now that the company had grown to such a scale, the position of president was no longer his to decide. The board of directors would definitely give him face. However, if the young master of the group was not capable enough, then sorry, he could forget about the position of president. Su Hao's ability was more than enough for the middle and upper management. It was too difficult to go any further. At the age of 30, one's potential was almost at its limit. Su Tong was 53 years old this year. He planned to retire from the second line when he was 60 years old and pass his position to his only son. He was worried sick about his son. Knowing that the stock market was booming this year, he didn't hesitate to go back on his words and pick the peaches from his daughter. He wanted to share the credit with his son to deepen his resume and lay the foundation for his future successor. Su Hao was troubled. Didn't the stock market plummet a while ago? In order to stop the loss, I moved the funds out and invested in blue-chip stocks. Who would have thought that the stock market would soar again a few days later? Dad, you know that big investments are better to be passive than active. At the same time, it's taboo to chase after a rise. How could you forget to avoid a fall? Su Tong was exasperated at his son's failure to live up to his expectations. The characteristic of blue-chip stocks was their stability. The market was too big and could withstand a fall. It was a safe haven that individual investors and institutions loved. However, because of its stability, other stocks soared. Hundreds of stocks could reach the upper limit without a word. The blue-chip stocks were extremely stable. It was already praiseworthy if they could increase by 2 or 3% every day. Therefore, this month's earnings were too different from last month's. Su Tong, who had just bragged to the shareholders, couldn't accept it. Today, he came over to scold his son. You can't even find a talent in such a big company? Su Tong slammed the table. If you have something to discuss with the managers, you have to discuss it with them. In a company, the biggest taboo is to have a say. Do you understand? Su Hao said in his heart, those who have objections have been swept to the corner by us. Su Tong knew that his son's major was not suitable, and it was inevitable that he would make a mistake. He said angrily, why don't you discuss it with your sister first? Anyway, she has a master's degree in finance and a doctor's degree in management after studying abroad. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Hey, he could throw the blame to her. He immediately said, Dad, Su was late and left early during this period. She didn't say a word in the meeting and didn't participate in the company's operations at all. I had to carry the company's business alone. Is there such a thing? Su Tong said, ask her to come to the office. Su Hao called Su Yu's office landline. The assistant told him that the president had not come to work yet. Dad, she hasn't come to work yet. It's already 9:30. Su Hao strongly threw the blame. Until 10:00, Su Yu came late. After unloading the company's burden, she was quite happy. She maneuvered in the game every day. During the day, she drank tea with Nan Man Pei and went to the spa. In the morning, she could sleep in. After being removed from the position of the head of the company by her father, she gave up on herself. She worked hard at work and made a wedding dress for her brother. It was boring. Moreover, Su Hao was narrow-minded. He did not give her a chance to make a contribution. All her suggestions were rejected. The Imperial Envoy Group and the managers all relied on Su Hao. She finally understood how Emperor Xian of Han felt. Although playing games was cool, without the education of the great god, she felt particularly empty. Arguing with her teammates in the game could no longer satisfy Su Yu's growing sense of emptiness. Therefore, she created a group chat and pulled Qin Bao Bao in. If she was unhappy, she would argue with her. After arguing with her, she felt refreshed. She was like Teddy, causing trouble everywhere. Through the assistant, she knew that her father came to the company and asked to see her. Su Yu put down her bag and knocked on the door of the vice president's office. She saw her father sitting in the big chair and her brother on the sofa. Su Tong's face darkened. He slammed the report on the table and tapped his fingers on the desk. I just praised you at the beginning of the month. This month, you give me this. Do you think that your father's heart is too good and lacks stimulation? Su Yu's fingertips lifted her hair to her ears. Her face was delicate. She glanced at the performance report and did not care. You have to ask Su Hao about this. He is in charge of the company's business. You are the general manager. Of course, you have to be responsible. Su Hao put the blame on his sister's head. I heard that you are often late and leave early recently. I know that you like to play and can't calm down. I understand. Su Tong put the forgiveness hat on his daughter's head. But you can't not do anything just because your brother is helping you share the burden. Otherwise, what are you doing as the general manager? Don't you know why I don't do anything? Su Yu felt very stifled. Dad, I don't have the right to speak. Su Hao is just a figurehead. He never asks for my opinion. It's useless even if I object. The company listens to him. What do you mean? You are late and leave early. You don't pay attention to work and you blame me? If I were the same as you, I wouldn't be able to run the company anymore. Su Hao stood up and retorted loudly. You don't have the ability, but you like to order people around. Don't you know who has the final say in the company? That's enough. Su Tong slammed the table. I don't care who is right or wrong. I only look at the results. If there is a problem, I will first blame the person in charge. I have already criticized your brother. You are the general manager. You have to bear the greatest responsibility. Su Hao thought to himself, Dad, if you complain like this, be careful of the 404. Su Yu understood that she was wrong from the beginning to the end. A certain author once said, "Because you don't love, you are wrong." That was a famous saying. Her heart was tired. The person in charge has the greatest power. What he says is the truth. Even if he is wrong, he is also right. As for me, I am just a pitiful person who is a figurehead. Suyu angrily rebuked her father. She inexplicably argued with him. It was the after effect of arguing with Qin Bao Bao for the past few days. Su Hao was frightened. It's over. With your ability to complain, I am afraid you will be 404. You still talk back. Su Tong was furious. Okay, you put the blame on me. Suyu took off the sign on her chest and slammed it in front of her father. Then I, as the general manager, will resign. I don't. I quit. She almost called herself old mother. Her father was biased, but the seniority couldn't be confused. She wanted to quit long ago. It was boring. The reason why she didn't leave was that she couldn't stand Su Hao's complacency. She wanted to develop wretchedly and fight well. Maybe she could make a comeback. The Almighty always taught her like this. Why did the inheritance rights have to be given to the son? The daughter was not human. The daughter had no legal inheritance rights. Ask the law if it agreed. The more the mother and son feared her, the happier she was. The more outstanding she was, the more difficult it would be for the mother and son to eat and sleep well. They bullied her in the past, and now it was her turn to retaliate. But this approach was to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800. She felt uncomfortable when she saw her father being biased. Su Hao was overjoyed. It took a lot of effort to suppress the blurting out, "You mean what you say?" Su Tong was stunned. It seemed that she didn't expect her daughter to be so stubborn. Although she had rich life experience, she was at a loss for a moment. That's it. Suyu picked up her bag and walked away. Chapter 226. Suyu took his bag and left. He waved his hand and did not take away a piece of cloud. He did not want his salary and did not write his resignation report. Who cares, I don't want to do it anymore. Driving around the city, she wanted to go home to play games and spend her youth. But on second thought, no, she can't be a salted fish. She has to find a way out. If she goes to apply for a job, with her education, it is estimated that she can be a small leader. After a few years, she will become a middle-level leader. As for the top, she will see the opportunity. During this period, she may be harassed by her boss. The unspoken rules of the workplace are played in China. Besides, she may not be able to adjust her mentality in a company slowly. Nan Man Pei told her that if she is not happy at work, she can find her. Queen Bey has a golden mouth and there is absolutely no reason for her to repent. Maybe she will give her a branch company to manage. Without a knife or a dog, she can also become a local tyrant. Suyu parked the car on the side of the road and dialed the phone. Nan Man, I quit. Do you want to withdraw your investment in Julie? It's up to you. I will take care of it. Nan Man Pei was not surprised by her sudden departure. He was silent for a few seconds. What are you going to do? At this time, as long as you say, I haven't thought about it yet, the rich big sister Pei will definitely say, follow me, I will give you a company, and I will take you to the peak of life in minutes. Although Nan Man Pei separated friendship and business very clearly, he also appreciated Su Yu's talent. Su Yu hesitated for a long time, and Nan Man Pei did not urge her. In the end, she swallowed back her words, I found a job. Okay. Nan Man Pei hung up the phone. Su Yu held the phone and was at a loss. After losing her job, the feeling of loneliness became stronger. She was like a poor worm drowning in the sea of loneliness. She stretched out her arms and hoped that someone would help her. But after being drowned for more than 20 years, there was no kind person to help her. It was a miracle that she didn't drown until now. For some reason, Qin Zai's face suddenly floated in front of her eyes, and she remembered his serious words. Or, she reluctantly tried to find him. Look at him, he's a general without an army. How pitiful. Suyu picked up the mobile phone, put it down again, hesitated again, and dialed Qin Zai's phone number. The ringtone was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. Hello? It was Qin Zai's voice. Suyu pursed his lips and pretended to be relaxed. Do you still count? Qin Zai asked, what is it? Suyu emphasized, what I said at my house that day. Qin Zai pulled out his sword and looked around in confusion. What words? Suyu felt tired. You said you wanted my help. Didn't you register a company? You've thought it through? Qin Zai was overjoyed. Then let's find a place to talk. Alright, let's find a place to talk after the market closes at noon. I want to talk now. The other end was silent for a moment. Address. Just our face, the coffee shop where we meet. Half an hour later, Qin Zai drove his sister's little red horse to the coffee shop. He always felt that a man driving a woman's car was strange. Salted Fish sister promised to buy him a car, but she broke her promise. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately saw Suyu. She was still sitting in that position. He hadn't seen her for many days. The beautiful president was still so beautiful. It's a pity that she's a masochist. It's hard to control her. Qin Zai sat down, ordered a cup of cabbage, and handed his company's registration documents to Suyu. Why did you suddenly quit? Is it because your heart is broken? Suyu rolled her eyes. The old man only has his son in his heart. What am I doing here? Am I Emperor Xian of Han? I always feel that if I work with them, I will be destroyed sooner or later. Your old man's IQ is so low. You don't even use such an excellent daughter? Qin Zai comforted her. You can only lie down and win if you develop with me. Suyu was too lazy to talk to him. The beautiful president was so indifferent. Maybe the way I answered was wrong. Qin Zai raised his eyebrows. His face was full of contempt and disdain for a weak chicken. You deserve it. You should have followed me long ago. What's so good about that kind of broken company? Follow me and you can go to the peak of life. His face was full of disdain and ridicule, but he had to show the concern of, I'm good for you. He could touch Suyu's G-point in an instant. The beautiful president's eyes lit up and sighed. It's not a problem of IQ. What does spoiling his son have to do with IQ? In his mind, his things should be inherited by his son. It's just like the emperor gave birth to a useless crown prince. Is it because the crown prince is useless, he will give up the good country? Great people have also done stupid things. Can you say that his IQ is low? Tang Xuanzong was so wise when he was young. Didn't he become a retard when he was old? My father may not value me, but he loves his baby son more. He divorced my mother because of this. Su Hao is happy now. His biggest wish is to squeeze me out, and no one will compete with him for the family property. When Su Hao was born, my father had not yet made a fortune, and he was an illegitimate child. Living with his mother, he was afraid of being poor when he was young. If he was really a well-educated young master, his vision would not be so short-sighted. Because of his limited ability, he worked in the headquarters for a few years and did not have any outstanding results. He was sent to the branch company to be the head, and he did not show any outstanding talent. The position of president was appointed by the board of directors. My father had the right to vote, but he could not be the sole decision-maker. The board of directors was not optimistic about my brother. Then the question is, how did your father, with the identity of a poor man, manage to keep the red flag at home and the colorful flag outside? Did he rely on a sharp mouth, or a strong waist like mine? Or even a big boss like me who has not mastered the skill of 2-finger Zen? Qin Zai was curious. What you said makes sense. He said. That's right, if her father could be impartial, he would not be able to cultivate a masochist daughter. Her childhood and adolescence would probably be a little happier. Although she got the affirmation of the Almighty, Suyu's face was dull. Nonsense. Qin Zai immediately changed his tune. Then you can take revenge. Kill them all. Kill them all. Destroy them and make Su Ritian completely fail. If you don't know how to fight, I'll recommend you a teacher who is thick-skinned and black-hearted. Usually, he can pretend to be a gentle and elegant lady. He's very good. He almost figured out the situation of Su Yu's family. Her father was very good at doing business, but he was an old pedantic who extremely valued boys over girls. This was not surprising. The older generation generally had this kind of thinking. However, she gave birth to a son with ordinary qualifications. Her son lived as a poor loser before junior high school. His lifelong dream was to drive his sister away and monopolize the family property. But the little loser could not control such a large group, let alone achieve good results, and his ascension to the throne was blocked by the courtiers. Her father was worried sick, and it just so happened that her daughter had great potential and a bright future. Su Tong arranged for her son to gather profits and get a share of the pie. In gaming terms, lying down to win. Well, that's about it. Good idea. Su Yu was enlightened. How about I go back to gather profits for revenge? The great god's reprimand is always mixed with truth. It is the ladder for her growth and progress. Hey, I just said it casually. Qin Zhe had a feeling of lifting a stone and dropping it on his own foot. Since your father doesn't like you, it's meaningless for you to stay and gather profits. Anyway, your father's idea is to give you a large dowry in the future, or a part of the property, but your brother's career is more important, right? I appreciate your tenacity and unyielding spirit. You have been perfectly shown through the game. Qin Zhe actually wanted to say, girl, I see that your bones are amazing and talented. Why don't you come to me and be a flute boy? No, a virgin girl. But he held back and did not seek death. If he said such words, he didn't know if the masochist would tremble with excitement or turn against him on the spot. Su Yu opened the folder and pulled out the business license. 8 big words came into view: Bauza Investment Company, Limited. What a name. Why was it given such a name? Is there any special meaning? The legal person, Qin Zhe. The shareholder, Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and remained calm. She looked at it for a long time. Oh, there is a private equity license. How did you get this thing? Sister Pei helped me get it. Su Yu clicked her tongue. True love. I can help you, but I have a request. Su Yu said seriously, I want to invest. I have 6 million yuan in savings. I can invest. I don't need money. I will have 100 million yuan at the end of the month. Qin Zhe said. No, then there is nothing to talk about. Can you tell me the reason? I don't want to work for this guy. Su Yu pointed to the name of Qin Bao Bao. Not only do I want to invest, but I want to invest more than her. If 6 million is not enough, I will sell everything to raise money. Anyway, I just want to suppress her. What hatred? Just because my sister abused you in the game every day? Women's thinking is really strange. Yes, I can give you my ID card now. If you need me to come forward to cooperate, you can call me. You can take care of these things. Qin Zhe was very generous. Without a talent proficient in management, he had to learn how to start a company, which was time-consuming and laborious. Even if Su Yu didn't pay, he was willing to give her a little share. Also, you know, this is a shell company. I didn't even rent an office. There are some other documents and procedures. I will leave them to you. Su Yu was stunned. Then what do you do? The man is in charge of the outside and the woman is in charge of the house. Of course, I am busy making money. Qin Zhe clapped his hands. Then, everything is left to you. Girl, this great god is optimistic about you. Everything is left to you. The bitter process of setting up a company was condensed into 7 words, and it was thrown into his arms. For the first time, Su Yu felt that the great god's smile was so wretched and malicious. She thought that she must have been cheated. What reaching the peak of life, what optimistic about you, it was all a lie. The purpose was to be a hands-off shopkeeper. This pair of brother and sister were really not good things. Look at my expression. Suyu smiled. Qinze said, is there sincerity in the smile? No, there is MMP in the smile. In the afternoon, Suyu drove back to her nest, carrying the company documents, took out the key to open the door, and walked briskly. The familiar home, the familiar loneliness, but there was a different feeling. A little joy, a little relief, a little expectation. She threw herself on the big soft bed, holding the documents in her arms, looking at the ceiling, showing a sweet little girl's smile. Now that he was working with Qinze again, his mentality was completely different. Her previous impression of him, oh, this young man is good. Now, does the great god still need a pendant on his leg? Qinze was one of her few friends. Right, I almost forgot one thing. Suyu turned over and sat up, unlocked her mobile phone, took a picture of the company license, Qin Bao Bao and Qinze's ID photos, and sent it to a chat group. In the future, I will have the final say in this company. Oh, someone's ID photo is stupid. Su Teddy was going to do something again. Chapter 227. At home, more than 10 kilometers away, Qin Bao Bao was nestled on the sofa watching TV. The air conditioner was on in the living room. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts that reached her thighs. Her two slender legs were resting on the glass coffee table. There was a plate of grapes on her stomach. While watching TV and eating grapes, she was enjoying the beautiful afternoon. She was still comfortable at home. If she had to choose between her dreams and being a salted fish, Qin Bao Bao felt that she would choose to be a salted fish. No wonder so many female stars marry into rich families. Because if they marry a rich husband, they can be a salted fish with peace of mind. Today, there was only her and Qinze at home. Wang Zijin had to go to work and she didn't have any jobs this week. Because she had to attend the wedding of Star Arts CEO the day after tomorrow, all her jobs were postponed. Not long ago, her brother was called away by a phone call. He took the company's registration information and hurried out. Her brother, this salted fish, also wants to turn over a new leaf. She wants to be a rich wife. No, the rich sister's hope is one step closer. Ding dong. The phone rang and there was a message notification. Qin Bao Bao retracted her gaze from the TV and picked up the phone to take a look. She suddenly had an expression of a dead child. It's that White Lotus again. After that meeting, she and Bai Lianhua added each other as friends and then the nightmare came. Bai Lianhua created a chat group and pulled her into it. Every 3 to 5 days, he would spit out a sentence: dead trash, little bitch, dead calf, street kid, primary school student. It was a collection of slang words from all over the country. She really didn't know where this guy got such a rich vocabulary. Qin Bao Bao was good at playing games, but she was not Suyu's opponent when it came to scolding people. Her sister's scolding words were only two: little red guy, and black heart maggot. As she scolded and scolded, not only did it lose its lethality, it also became a nickname. Even Wang Zijin would occasionally say, little red guy. Suyu was different. Before she met Qinze, she was a lone wolf who fought with a group of keyboard warriors. He had been diligently training his mouth and accumulating his vocabulary. He was a big shot who could fight with Qinze for half an hour without losing out. Qin Bao Bao was particularly annoyed by her, but her sister was also a strong-willed person. How could she admit defeat when others were scolding her? The two of them held their phones and scolded each other. With a swipe of his finger, he opened the software. With one picture and 2 sentences, Qin Bao Bao exploded on the spot. Did the little red guy go to see you? Suyu thought for a long time before confirming that the little red guy should be talking about Qinze. So what if I am? I will be the president of this company in the future. He had a complacent expression on his face. CEO, your sister. This is my company. I don't agree. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Don't you have your own company? Wow, you black-hearted maggot. You even want to snatch this from me. A black-hearted maggot? Su Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. You are a maggot, your whole family is a maggot. Qin Bao Bao, you are not a maggot. You are a white lotus. Your whole family is a white lotus. Then you are a green lotus. White lotus. Better than a lotus. The mode of don't bark and don't be scared lasted for several minutes. Qin Bao Bao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laughed 3 times. Okay, the president is the president. I am a shareholder of the company. You will work for me obediently in the future. Ridiculous, can't my IQ consider such a small thing? Su Yu sneered and sent a picture of, you are a retard, you have 3% of the shares, I have 6% of the shares. It is double. Who will work for whom? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Hee hee, just ask your younger brother. I won't ask, I won't ask. Qin Bao Bao gnashed her teeth angrily. Su Yu, oh. He sent a picture of, I will give you a look to understand by yourself. Qin Bao Bao didn't speak for a while. After a while, cross-dressing boss invited Qingqing Zijin to join the group chat. Qin Bao Bao, Zijin, help me scold her. Wang Zijin, what's the situation? Questioning emoji, Qin Bao Bao, just scold her. Wang Zijin, I don't know how to scold people. Qin Bao Bao, oh, don't pretend. Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao, this white lotus cheated Qin Zhe of the company's shares and came to me to show off. I can tolerate it, but can you? Wang Zijin thought, why can't I tolerate it? The company belongs to you and your brother. Qin Bao Bao poured black water. She also hooked up with Qin Zhe, flirting with each other and secretly sending flirtatious looks. She has ulterior motives. This can't be tolerated. Wang Zijin, why are you still talking to this kind of woman? Just blacklist her and warn Qin Zhe. If you contact her again, break her legs. Su Yu, what's wrong with me? Who are you? Blue Lotus number 2. Dead trash. Wang Zijin sent a picture of, boss disdains to talk to weak chicken. Don't bother with this coquettish bitch. Just send the address. I have a camera ready. I heard that tearing clothes in the street is very popular recently. And I am little bird. Don't blabber. Share the map if you dare. Wow, this woman is so strong. I'm scared. Su Yu quickly found an ally. I am Little Bird, invited Red Bean thinking of the South to join the group chat. Su Yu, Red Bean thinking of the South, sister man, these 2 women bullied me. Nan Man Pei. Su Yu, they threatened me and wanted to tear my clothes in the street. Nan Man Pei, I'll send bodyguards to protect you. Who are these 2? Su Yu, Qin Bao Bao, Jane Doe A. Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao, don't talk to me about this. Let's get down to business. What's the matter with the shares? Why did you take the shares? Give them back to me. Be careful or I'll sue you for illegal fraud. Sue you, I took the shares with my own ability. Why should I give them back? Nan Man Pei, and I am Little Bird, so you don't want to help me. Are you thinking about Qin Zhe? Sue you, which side are you on? Angry crying emoji, Qin Bao Bao, can you be more shameless? Where did you get the ability? In bed? Sue you, as a qualified troll, had always been thick-skinned, so what? Come and bite me. Wang Zijin, I won't bite you. I'll slap you to death. Su Yu automatically ignored her. You're so obsessed with your brother. I'm going to piss you off. Qin Bao Bao, so what if I'm obsessed with my brother? I'm obsessed with my brother. It's none of your business. Get lost. Wang Zijin, wow, you finally admitted it. Nan Man Pei, scary. Su Yu, pervert. Qin Bao Bao, Nan Man Pei, okay, stop arguing. You should contact Qin Zhe first. It's meaningless to quarrel here. It's a waste of time. Qin Bao Bao, you're pretending to be mature. Suyu, no, I must spit at her. Pei Nanman did not say anything. She continued to let them spit at each other across the screen. They were in a heated argument. After a while, Red Beans, thinking of the South, invited Qin Zhe to join the chat group. Qin Zhe, hey, everyone is here. Sister Pei, hello. Nan Man Pei, don't talk. Watch the show quietly. For a moment, the group was silent. Suyu, what are you doing? Why did you invite him? Qin Bao Bao, wow, this woman is so evil. Wang Zijin, I can't afford to offend her. Qing Zijin left the group chat. Crossdresser left the group chat. I'm Little Bird left the group chat. Qin Zhe, excuse me? What's the situation? Why did they all leave? Nan Man Pei, it's okay, a group of kids. Chapter 228. Things that were easy to get were not cherished. Qin Zhe knew how expensive a financial license was, even if it was privately owned. Although it might be a piece of cake for Nan Man Pei, he still had to remember this favor. Qin Bao Bao had cried and shouted that she wanted to be a star, but after taking a flight to and from an unfamiliar city, she felt too tired. Now she just wanted to throw herself into her brother's arms and cry, "Brother, please take care of me," sob sob sob. She had been promoted too quickly. If she had worked hard for 8 to 10 years, she would have cherished her current fame and fortune. His sister had said a long time ago that she wanted to make some achievements in the future and open a studio to be her own boss. She had this ability, but with all Mouthy King's attributes, it was delayed again and again. Qin Zhe had also said that he wanted to open a company to support his sister, but now he was still struggling to set up an investment company. In Wang Zijin's words, there's nothing wrong with the salted fish siblings. After settling Suyu, the masochist, Qin Zhe received a call from his father, asking him to go to school to discuss the recent trend of the stock market. He understood, the old man was asking him for advice, but it was not convenient to say it out loud. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Do you think you're a big star? The old man sat in the office and first mocked his son. There are many young girls who miss your son. Qin Zhe said in his heart. Oh, I wear sunglasses every day when I go out with my sister, I'm used to it. If he had something to say, he could say it to his sister, but he could not say it to his father. Otherwise, the spicy old radish would suddenly take out a huge magic weapon. Not only was his son scared, but his daughter was also scared to the point of trembling. The feather duster was very powerful. They chatted from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. The old man was satisfied and urged his son to go home to feed his daughter. Your sister is hungry, hurry up and go back. When he agreed to let his son and daughter live together, it was to let his son help feed his daughter. He wanted to feed her well and make her white and plump. Qin Zhe walked to the door, turned around and said, Dad, Mom called my sister yesterday and said that you made a lot of money. She was very happy. Qin Zhe imitated his mother's tone and said, Your dad is amazing. In just half a month, he has doubled our savings. Bao Bao, you have to learn from Mom. You have to have a good eye for men. At that time, Qin Bao Bao subconsciously looked at her younger brother. Qin Zhe complained, Dad, you stole it from me, right? Unable to maintain his father's dignity, the old man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Sure enough, he took out a huge magic weapon, scaring Qin Zhe into turning around and running away. After buying groceries at the commercial and residential area, Qin Zhe prepared to feed his sister daily. At this time, Sister Ziwei should be back. Sure enough, they were back. Two sisters were sitting on the sofa in the living room, one on the left and one on the right. Their arms were crossed in front of their chests, and their expressions and postures were in sync. Qin Zhe carried the groceries to the kitchen and said, Sister Ziwei, you didn't watch TV? I'll go cook first. There's no hurry to cook. I don't feel like eating. His sisters said in unison. You don't want to eat? Qin Zhe was stunned. Then I'll cook for you. Qin Bao Bao's face was cold. Come here first. I have something to say to you. Qin Zhe put the groceries on the table and walked over blankly. He was about to sit on the sofa when his sister kicked him in the butt. Wang Zijin calmly pulled out a plastic stool from under the glass coffee table. Your seat is here. When did they have a small stool at home? His sister's style was so strange. Qin Zhe sat on the small stool obediently. Tell me, what are you doing? He pretended to be innocent. Wang Zijin sneered. You don't know your sister's depth? There must be something. How could I know my sister's depth? Qin Zhe was shocked. Wang Zijin, who are Su Yu and Sister Man? Qin Bao Bao, who allowed you to give the shares to Su Yu? The two women said in unison again. Wang Zijin said, I'll ask first. We'll talk about the shares later. Qin Bao Bao chose to compromise. She could never be tough in front of her brother. If Wang Zijin didn't join in the fight, the scene would definitely become like this. A's, spare your sister, pa pa pa, sister is wrong. Woo, pa pa pa, you only know how to bully me. Pa pa pa, her butt was going to be beaten again. She could take this opportunity to establish her sister's great image, instead of being the object of sex. She had to set rules for the little pervert. I'm asking you. Who are Su Yu and Sister Man? Wang Zijin pointed to the small stool. Sit down. Qin Zhe put his hands on his knees and sat on the small stool obediently. One is my former boss, now my partner. The other is my friend. Boss and friend are friends? How can there be such a coincidence? Wang Zijin didn't believe it. This is fate. Qin Zhe sighed. Huh? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. Anyway, it's just a pure friendship. By the way, you were in the same group today. Do you know each other? Wang Zijin squinted at Qin Bao Bao and snorted. In order to protect her only brother from being seduced by a coquettish bitch, someone had to fight a few rounds every day. It took a lot of effort. Damn, it was really Su Teddy who was doing things. Qin Zhe knew very well about Su Yu's ability to play cheap tricks. It's really just a pure friendship. Qin Zhe swore. How pure? As pure as me and Sister Bao Bao. Qin Zhe didn't forget to flatter his sister. Wang Zijin thought sadly, it's over. Okay, you're done asking. It's my turn. Qin Bao Bao pushed her best friend, holding back the anger in her heart. Sit down. Qin Zhe sat on the small stool obediently again. Why did you give the shares to Su Yu? Her sister puffed up her cheeks. Because she's a talent. Bah, the trash who is abused by me every day is a talent? She's a sea turtle who studied abroad. She has a doctorate in management and a master's degree in finance. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, it was rare that people were poor and short-sighted when it came to education. But you can't give the shares to her. It's 6%. If you earn 100 million, she'll get 6 million for free. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. In fact, she promised to invest 6 million. I think the shares are too little. Qin Zhe spread his hands. Wow, you black-hearted person, you dare to talk back. Qin Bao Bao couldn't argue with her brother, so she kicked her brother. Her feet kept kicking her brother. As soon as her sister started, she instantly pulled the mode back to the original. Qin Zhe slapped her sister with the great tablet smashing hand and waved his hands. Wang Zijin thought sadly, silly girl, the image that had just been erected collapsed just like that. She was doomed to be eaten by her brother in this life. Little brat, you dare to hit me. Qin Bao Bao was beaten a few times, and she was about to cry out of anger. Her legs hooked around her brother's waist, and her fingers poked his nostrils. But Qin Zhe dodged. Seeing that she was about to be beaten by her brother again, Qin Bao Bao suddenly had an idea. She hugged her brother's neck and tried her best to press his head to her chest. Qin Zhe, who was full of momentum, suddenly softened and let go. A few minutes later, he began to struggle and make a whimpering sound. It's no use begging for mercy, I won't let you go. Qin Bao Bao pressed even harder. He's going to suffocate to death, let go. Wang Zijin went forward to pull her best friend away, and looked at her chest with envy and jealousy. Qin Zhe was half lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. So scary, I almost died in my sister's arms. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Who told you to talk back? Qin Bao Bao glared. I don't dare, I don't dare. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'll lower my head to the big boss in the future. Wang Zijin thought sadly again, pure friendship. It's over. 2 days later, on November 30th, Star Arts CEO's wedding was held at a 5-star hotel, Xingzhong. Huang Yizong booked the entire floor of the hotel for the wedding. In addition to businessmen and celebrities, there were also celebrities from the entertainment industry and big bosses of capital. Qin Bao Bao stepped into the hotel with her internet celebrity brother. As soon as they entered the hotel, there were reporters who wanted to join in the fun. Without saying anything, they took out their cameras and took pictures of the two. Today's headlines were enough to write, shocking. Star Arts CEO's wedding was full of celebrities, and he was invited. No, the headline wasn't shocking enough. Let's change it to shocking. He appeared at the CEO's wedding, what does he want? Qin Zhe looked at the guy's chest, and pulled his sister away. Let's go, this guy is from UC. Isn't UC a browser? His sister was confused. There's no time to explain. Not only is he from UC, but he's also from the Department of Shock. Let's go upstairs first. Chapter 229. Don't walk so fast. It's good to get some exposure. That's why we're here. Qin Bao Bao reluctantly walked forward with her brother. Don't be ridiculous. You can follow other reporters, but you should stay away from UC's reporters. Their editor is very scary. Qin Zhe said. What's wrong? Netizens are clamoring to have sex with UC's editor every day, but they're still alive. Qin Zhe pulled his sister. Let's go, you stupid woman. Stupid bitch, Qin Bao Bao cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Do you want to try my new skill again? Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at his sister's chest and pretended to tremble. No, I don't dare. Qin Bao Bao proudly stuck out her chest. After the deadly scissor kick, she unlocked a new skill, but she always felt that it was a loss. They went upstairs. There were 2 security guards at the entrance of the passage. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they blocked all the reporters outside. The reporters who didn't give up raised their cameras and took pictures of the siblings. Qin Bao Bao took out a thick red envelope and handed it to the family members at the entrance. His sister felt that this was a loss, and she didn't know when she could return the favor. She was very upset. The wedding hadn't officially started yet, but the hall was already full of people. Several relatives welcomed the siblings in. Qin Bao Bao was really too dazzling, and she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Today, she wore a light blue dress, which was conservative and didn't show her shoulders or back. She wore a diamond necklace around her neck, and her earrings shone. It was a new dress that she bought a few days ago. His sister originally had her eyes on a gorgeous white dress, the kind that radiated brilliance. Qin Zhe was amazed and also advised his sister not to court death. If she walked into the wedding hall in that dress, the MC would probably mistake her for someone else. He would shout, "Our bride has entered the hall, everyone, welcome." Then Qin Bao Bao's acting career would be over. The first wave of people to come up were singers, whose legs were particularly nimble. Miss Qin, you're here. Hello, Miss Qin. Io, Miss Qin is here too. As soon as Qin Bao Bao raised his smiling face, he saw that the singers indifferently turned away from him and gave their bright smiles to their younger brothers. She could only maintain a stiff smile as she stood beside her younger brother, who was the center of attention. Rich businessmen and celebrities followed closely behind. Qin Bao Bao's smile immediately became lively. She knew some of the rich businessmen. They had done commercial performances and filmed commercials before. He didn't know some of them, but based on his reputation, they would definitely come and chat with him. Who knows, he might be able to get a deal after a few words. Miss Chin, I've heard a lot about you. Miss Chin, have you been trading stocks recently? Miss Chin, you said in Taiwan that you can earn 100 million renminbi a month. Is that true? I also have some experience in the stock market. Do you have time to exchange ideas? Miss Chin, the rich businessmen collectively ignored Qin Baobao. A deep sense of malice surrounded Qin Baobao. The siblings walked around the wedding venue. Qin Baobao realized that other than Su Yunhan and a few artists who were on good terms with Star Art, no one took the initiative to greet her. Most of the celebrities went to Qin Zhe, while the rich businessmen all went to Qin Zhe. Some expressed that they wanted to exchange ideas with Qin Zhe. Some expressed that as long as Qin Zhe promoted their company's shares on Weibo or other public platforms, they would be grateful and offer generous rewards. The two shining halos of The Fastest Singer and Stock God shone on her younger brother's head, blinding Bao Bao's eyes. Not long after, the groom came out. He was like the moon surrounded by stars. The focus instantly turned. The groom walked around the wedding venue and passed by all the guests. He accepted everyone's congratulations. When he met a close friend, he stopped and chatted for a while. However, he didn't see the bride. The wedding hadn't started yet, so the bride and groom were toasting at the back. Why don't I see the bride? Qin Zhe looked left and right. Before the wedding, the bride can't come out. It seems that there is such a custom. Qin Baobao said in an uncertain tone. Seems? I've never been married. How would I know? The sister said. Finally, Huang Yitsong came to Qin Zhe and his brother's table. Amidst a wave of congratulations, Huang Yitsong patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. Yo, young man, I was afraid that you wouldn't come. The CEO favored Qin Zhe very much. People with ability and talent would be respected wherever they went. However, Huang Yitsong appreciated Qin Zhe because it was the first time someone could talk to him about the history of Shanghai's Great Sword Reform. It made people feel that 1,000 cups were not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. In his eyes, Qin Baobao was just an employee with potential. He just had to give her a reserved smile. Today, Qin Baobao was particularly beautiful. However, he was the groom. Everyone could appreciate Qin Bao's appearance and figure, but he had to hold on. Pairs of eyes were staring at him. The bride didn't come out? Qin Zhe asked. The bride is in the room. I have to send a red packet to invite her out later. Maybe there will be some trouble. It's troublesome. Huang Yitsong pulled a chair and sat down. I have photos here. Let me show you. He opened the photo album on his phone and showed Qin Zhe the wedding photos he took with the bride. The bride was very beautiful. After the beauty treatment, she looked like a fairy. However, her face was particularly tender. She was between a high school student and a college student. She seemed to be younger than him. New? How old is the bride? Qin Zhe asked in shock. This year, she is in her 3rd year of university. I wanted to wait for her to graduate and get married, but the elders of both parties thought that it was better to get married as soon as possible. Huang Yitsong whispered, she entered the grave of marriage early. But there was no other way. The bride's family and my family are old friends. Her temper and personality are good. I married her according to my parents. Huang Yitsong's face was calm as if he had seen countless women and seen through the world. I also want to have this kind of family friend. Qin Zhe also whispered, brother, you like Lolas? Due to the nature of CEO Huang, he did not hesitate to speak. Isn't Lolicon very popular these days? At my age, there is no market for sistercon. Huang Yitsong glanced at Qin Baobao and joked, you have a lot of potential. Qin Zhe was alert. Did the CEO know something? Was it too late to kill him now? Huang Yitsong noticed that Qin Zai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did I say something wrong? Oh right, add me as a friend. I will send you something. Huang Yitsong said. The two of them scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Huang Yitsong sent Qin Zai a long list of benefits. Qin Zai stared at it and his eyes widened. It was the address of a clubhouse in all the major areas of Bohu City, as well as the contact information of the manager. At the end of the list, there was also Huang Yitsong's personal comment. Qin Zai thought sadly that in CEO Huang's heart, he was probably an old driver. The clubhouses are a bit high-end and expensive. But with your financial ability, it is not a problem. Go, they are all good places. Huang Yitsong lowered his voice. I don't have the chance and probably don't have the energy. There are also some well-known clubhouses that I haven't been to. It is a pity that there is a crackdown recently. That is all I can help you with. F***ck, you forcibly enlightened me and taught me all the skills. I am the all-mouthy king. In fact, I am still a little novice. I am familiar with the 108 positions but not the body. Qin Zai held the phone excitedly, like a third-rate swordsman holding the solitary 9 swords secret book. Qin Bao pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the boss and her brother whispering. Unfortunately, she didn't hear anything. She thought to herself, they have only met once. Why are they acting like it is hard to find a confidant? At this time, the group of relatives and friends stood in the distance and waved at Huang Yitsong, calling him over. The voice of a famous host came. Let's welcome our bride first. The wedding had a professional team of MCs, but the host was given to a famous host in the entertainment industry. A group of people rushed out of the venue and walked along the long corridor to the suite at the end. The bride was inside. The filming crew followed the crowd. Qin Bao stood up excitedly. Let's go and see the fun. Outside the suite, Huang Yitsong stood still. The best man was responsible for knocking on the door. Open the door, open the door. The bride is here. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Open the door, we're giving out red packets, the best man shouted. Still, no one answered. Qin Zai imagined a scene, open the door, if you can, how magical. How many red packets are there? Finally, a clear voice came from the room. Open the door first, then we'll give out the red packets, the best men shouted. The door opened, but there was an anti-theft chain, so only a crack could be seen. Give us the red packets, then open the door. A few white and tender hands reached out. The best man with the basket began to give out the red packets. Can you open the door now? No, you still have red packets in the basket. Don't open the door until you give them all, the girls in the room said. Hey, these little girls. Huang Yitsong said impatiently, give them all. After the red packets in the basket were given out, the girls laughed and said, wait a moment. The girl with the thick red packets in her pocket opened the door with a smile, but the other girls were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Inside. You guys continue, I'll leave first, the girls said with a smile. The suite had a bedroom and a living room, with a total area of 40 to 50 square meters. The grooms entered the living room, and there was another door inside. What the F***ck? Everyone was stunned. Then, there was another round of shouting, open the door, open the door. Give us the red packets, or we won't open the door. The girls' voices were heard again. Here. Huang Yitsong waved his hand. The best man with the basket was dumbfounded. There are no more red packets. I don't care, we won't open the door if there are no red packets. The girls' voices were heard. Huang Yitsong was very rich. Just as he was about to ask the best men to prepare new red packets, his relative tugged at his sleeve and said in a disappointed tone, that's not how you open the door. You can't always compromise, or else their demands will only get higher. Huang Yitsong thought that it made sense, so he did not compromise. He insisted that the best man knock on the door and shouted, "Open the door, open the door." The surrounding guests laughed. Some raised their phones to take pictures, while others cheered for the best man. Both parties were in a deadlock for a while. In the room, the bride, who was wearing a wedding dress, sat on the bed and said, Okay, Yen Zi, open the door." Yen Zi blocked the door and said in a disappointed tone, "Aya, you can't open the door so quickly. You don't know how to cherish what you get." The girls all agreed. The bride said helplessly, "But it's so noisy." Yen Zi thought for a while. "Then let's take a step back and let them sing. If they sing well, let the grooms sing. If they don't sing well, we won't open the door." After the girls finished their discussion, they shouted through the door, "It's okay if you don't give out red packets, then sing 3 songs. The first one is Love You Forever. The second one is My Lover. We'll talk about the third one later." Huang Yizong thought to himself, singing is not a problem. When I hugged the girls and sang about life, you weren't even born yet. The camera focused on Huang Yizong. A real man opened his mouth and shouted without any shushing. "Finished. What's the third song? Hurry up, don't waste time. Open the door, open the door." It was the groomsmen's voices. The girls in the room gave the next order. "The third song is an original. It's about love. Don't just sing it blindly. It has to be original. It has to move our bride to tears. F***K. Huang Yizong and the groomsmen had 10,000 curses running through their minds. How could it be original? Weren't they making things difficult for them? This is too much. Nonsense, Huang Yizong's relative said unhappily. This group of girls didn't know how to act tough at all. There are so many celebrities and musicians outside. There must be original songs. If you don't sing, we won't open the door, the girls shouted. F***K. The singers and musicians were also in a state of confusion. How could there be so many original works? If there were original works, who would use them in this place? The groomsman carrying the basket said unhappily, "The requirements for original songs are too high. Who's so good to come up with a song in such a short time? Is it a fast shooter?" Ha ha ha. The guests laughed loudly. Qin Zhe also laughed along. Fast shooter? Huang Yizong suddenly reacted. He turned his head and looked behind him. Finally, he found Qin Zhe's figure. The laughter stopped abruptly. The guests who reacted quickly understood. Fast shooter. Qin Zhe's smile froze on his face. Everyone turned to look at him. The camera locked onto him as if to say, Look, the fast shooter is here MMP. Chapter 230. When Qin Zhe's, fastest shooter in the music industry, achieved the achievement of everyone's attention, he was complacent and half sad and half proud in the face of netizens' teasing. But when he mentioned the fastest shooter, everyone immediately looked at him. This reaction was unacceptable to Qin Zhe. It was more than unacceptable, it was heartbreaking. His sister felt the guests' strange gazes and silently took a step back with the principle of, "I'll go first if there's something good and the little brother will do if there's something bad." Heartbreaking again. "Take back your gazes, I'm still a child." Ha ha ha, little brother, I knew it was the right choice to invite you. Huang Yizong's laughter attracted everyone's attention. He said, "I'm very confident in your reputation as the fastest shooter. The glory that has been tested is not fake at all." The guests once again cast a look of deep sympathy and a look of incomprehension. Qin Zhe easily saw through their eyes. "Hey, fastest shooter, I have high hopes for you. The quality of the fastest shooter is top-notch. I can witness the fastest shooter's divinity show again." Fastest shooter 666. As a famous fastest shooter, I'm under pressure every day that doesn't match my age. Ding. Divinity Show, October 15th. Please immediately take out your original work and help the groom knock on the bride's door. The system also joined in. Please act pretentious appropriately. Qinze calmly said, in this situation, I can't have any psychological desire, I'm not that perverted. Whether you're perverted or not, you'll know when you go home and ask your sister. System, you've changed, you're no longer the good system I know that silently gives out tasks. Do I still have hope to take off this title in this life? Waiting online, urgent. Qinze held his pierced heart and walked towards President Huang, who was waving fiercely and smiling like a fool. Huang Yizong hugged Qinze's neck. Little brother, it's up to you, give your sister an extra drumstick later. Qinze glanced at him. Extra drumstick your sister, she's not an actress. This is your wedding, I can't act pretentious. He whispered. If a man doesn't act cool, how can he seduce a real one? Huang Yizong whispered, I'm already in the grave, I don't care about these things. You can act all you want. What a flirtatious conversation. If it were a narrow-minded groom, he would never let Qinze steal his limelight at the wedding. However, the president was a professional driver who had rolled in countless sheets, turned countless corners, and rocked countless beds. His heart was as still as water. Outside the crowd, a guy wearing glasses was holding a small video camera and filming excitedly. On his chest was a sign, you see. Can he really do it? He wrote a song in such a short time. Who knows? There are only wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. The fast gunner will definitely become one soon. I'm relieved to hear that. It feels very safe. It's done, Qinze pondered. What should he sing? There were a bunch of songs in the system store that made people dizzy. Qinze, who had a phobia of choice, was very annoyed. Should he use one of his sister's songs to fool them? No, it was too lacking in the style of showing one's divinity in front of people. What if he sang Happy Breakup? Qinze's brain twitched. He wondered if he would be beaten to death on the spot. Qinze closed his eyes. He's thinking. I've already counted down. Record the speed of the fast gunner. He opened his eyes. It's unbelievable. Is there a result in such a short time? The guests whispered. Qinze cleared his throat. Without accompaniment or music, he sang, he will be your groom. From now on, he will be your partner for life. Everything about him will be closely related to you. Fortune and misfortune must be shared. She will be your bride. She was entrusted to you by others. You must treat her with double care. Pain and joy must be shared. It must be a special fate for them to be able to become family. At first, he didn't think it was very good, but the quality was good. Until the line, it must be a special fate that made us become a family along the way. This sentence seemed to have the finishing touch, and instantly raised the quality of the whole song. After carefully thinking about the lyrics, it was actually so appropriate. It was simply made for a wedding. This was the strength of the #1 fast gunner in the music industry? Everyone was shocked. It's surprisingly good. I must hug this thigh, a certain singer whispered. Is this Qinze's strength? It's so fast that it makes people despair. I've lost, a famous music producer said. Oh my God, it's really too fast. I didn't even react and he was already done. A female guest was shocked. I've counted. 20 seconds. 20 seconds for a song. It's too fast. A male guest said. He didn't understand. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. As expected of the fast gunner. He deserved his reputation. I'm kneeling down to this big shot. Qinze listened to the applause. The people around him looked at him as if he was a big shot. Thinking about it, he felt quite good. At this time, he glanced at the reporter with the UC tag on his chest. With a strange smile, he put away his camera and turned to leave in satisfaction. The ball is in the sack. How did this person sneak in? Security, security, a suspicious person sneaked in. Hurry up and catch him. It's over. Tomorrow's news will definitely be shocking. At the wedding, he actually did such a thing on behalf of the groom. Or, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry flaunts his skills in public. Men fall silent and women cry. I'll never be able to take off this title in this lifetime. Qin thought sadly. He really wanted to look up at the sky. Open the door, open the door. The best man knocked on the door. Inside the room, Yanzi and the other bridesmaids were dumbfounded. Is it really an original? I'll search the lyrics on the internet first. No need to search. Didn't you hear? The singer outside is Qin. Qin. Brother Qin Bao Bao, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry. Haven't you heard of him? Oh my God. That's too fast. Qin was outside the door. The corner of his mouth twitched. Go away. Let me break down the door of this group of little bitches. The bridesmaids were willing to admit defeat and opened the door. The moment the door was opened, the girls glanced at Qin with hidden bitterness. Qin Bao Bao took a video of the scene just now with her phone and posted it on Weibo. Brother 666. The fans heard the news and replied in surprise, wow, brother has a new song. Bao Bao is the happiest sister. She never has to worry about a good song. It's so good to have a brother like this. Bao Bao is so happy. Of course, there were also some annoying flirtatious bitches who replied. Awesome, my husband. Brother, mwax. Brother is mine. Nonsense. Brother is mine. You bunch of crazy bees and butterflies, get lost. Qin Bao Bao is my sister. He. She logged out of Weibo and posted the video in the chat group. Wang Zijin was the first to reply. A's is so awesome. Awesome. Suyu, crazy brother, Nan Man Pei, do you want to say that brother is the best? Qin Bao Bao's mouth curled up. White Lotus, shut up. Just watch quietly. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to educate you. Suyu sent a funny face. Who's educating who? As soon as she finished, she was flooded with Wang Zijin's funny face. Wang Zijin typed, let's fight. Suyu disdainfully said, stupid. Nan Man Pei, don't quarrel. If you quarrel again, I'll leave the group. Qin Bao Bao, then you can leave. After the scolding that day, Suyu created another group and pulled Qin Bao Bao into the group to spar. Qin Bao Bao was defeated and pulled Wang Zijin to help. Suyu pulled Nan Man Pei into the group. Another cycle. Red Beans, thinking of the South, invited Qin to join the group. Qin Bao Bao, you're doing this again. Suyu, that's enough. We won't quarrel. Wang Zijin, RBQ. Nan Man Pei laughed. It's best if you don't quarrel. I'm just joking with you guys. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, Suyu, Qin leaned his head over. What are you looking at? You don't look right. Qin Bao Bao turned around and didn't give her brother a chance to peep. She quickly typed the words, black-hearted maggot, and exited the chat software. Little brother, let's go back to our seats. The wedding is about to start. The sister took her brother's arm. Little brother is not for you to call me that. Qin said unhappily. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and thought for a while. Brother fast shooter, let's go. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have pressed her to the ground and injected her with needles. The groom took the bride's hand and walked into the wedding venue. The wedding of the couple officially kicked off. What happened after that didn't have much to do with Qin. He was particularly low-key, drinking and eating meat as he watched the guests go on stage to perform. Qin Bao Bao also went on stage to sing a song. With her sister's appearance, she ignited the audience. With her gentle voice and good looks, she brought a wonderful show to the guests. It's good to be low-key. It's better to be able to dilute your own existence. If at this time, any guy who doesn't open his eyes dares to come forward and greet him, hey, fast shooter. Qin Zhe intends to let him know what is called blood splashing in 5 steps. After the wedding, the sister and brother went out together. The two argued about who would drive because they both drank. Although they were not drunk and were not drunk driving, if they were caught by the police, they could not escape the charge of drunk driving. The sister is a big star. She must attend the wedding. Little red man, why did you drink? You didn't pay attention. Qin Bao Bao's face was slightly red. You drive. It's funny. Do you have more social engagements or do I have more social engagements? I'm the most eye-catching person besides the groom. Qin Zhe was dead set on the back seat. You drive. Could it be that my new ultimate move is useless? Say, P, S-E, B-U, F-A, G, tremble, die, little red man, look at this. The sister pounced on her brother like a tiger and displayed the unique skill of holding her brother in her arms. Qin Zhe felt that the little soul in his body was trembling. The familiar touch, the familiar embrace, but the fragrance was a little pungent. The amount of perfume that the sister used for the wedding was several times more than usual. In close contact, Qin Zhe's nose was a little uncomfortable and itchy. He shivered in his sister's arms. Achoo! He sneezed fiercely. A pool of snot stained the sister's chest, leaving a large wet mark on the gorgeous dress. Qin Zhe pushed away the stiff sister, leaned over, took out 2 tissues, and slowly wiped his nose. This wave is not a loss, he said. The sister cried out. I lost so much. Chapter 231. While crying, the sister took the tissue handed by her brother, wiped the white turbid liquid from her chest, pursed her mouth like a little girl who was wronged, and then pretended to be stupid. As long as Qin Zhe looked at her, she pretended to wipe her tears and sniffle. Sister is playing tricks again, Qin Zhe sighed. Forget it, go home and ask for facial cleanser or scissor leg benefits as compensation. Although he didn't know the depth of his sister, her temperament had already been thoroughly understood. She would say that she hated him while opening her arms to kill him. While saying no, she would open her legs, scissor leg to kill him. He opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and drove the little red horse into the rolling traffic. On the way, he received a call from Suyu. I found the office address, it's in the Zhongjin building on Pudong Commercial Road. Take some time to come and have a look. If you're satisfied, I'll immediately ask someone to decorate and buy office supplies. Suyu just came out of the Zhongjin building and drove to the Huiheng building a few kilometers away. Do as you see fit. Qin Zhe wore a Bluetooth headset and irresponsibly acted as a shopkeeper. You only know how to shirk responsibility. Suyu snorted, with a bit of a girl's reproach. By the way, when will you transfer your 6 million to me? Qin Zhe said. This is more troublesome, let's talk about it later. Time is money, don't dawdle, I can earn hundreds of thousands a day with 6 million. Qin Zhe said angrily. You're even so concerned about a woman's private money. Suyu said faintly. Why do I feel that the women around me are infected with a disease of, my brother's money is my money? Don't talk nonsense, Qin Zhe scolded. Qin Zhe, transfer the money. Suyu was immediately convinced. I'll call you tomorrow. Why is it that none of the beautiful women I know is normal? Suyu, who is in the late stage of cancer and Hua Tua can't reverse the situation, Wang Zijin, who pretends to be a lady, and the sister, Qin Bao Bao, who likes to pretend to be stupid and sweet in front of her brother. Life is so bad, so boring. Anything else? I'll call you later and give you a surprise. Suyu said mysteriously. Qin Bao Bao's little ears perked up. Okay, I'll wait for your call. The call ended. A call from Bai Lianhua? Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that his sister was talking about Suyu. Yes. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and turned her head to look at the passing scenery outside the window. Although I've only met her twice, but I can't help but feel that she's crazy. She was also too embarrassed to tell her brother that she often argued with her online. Your evaluation is not bad. I'll give you a bonus. Add, what? The elder sister suddenly sounded very shocked. Add, Qin saw his sister's face from the rearview mirror. It was such a complicated face. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth was slightly open, and there was anger and a trace of shyness between her eyebrows. It fully expressed the poet's concern for the country and the people. She wanted her brother's leg to be broken but was unable to do so. Is my sister thinking the wrong way? What do I think she looks like? Qin changed the subject. To prevent his sister from exploding, a pet husky. Qin Bao insisted. No. Chihuahua. No, why are you guessing that she's a dog? Qin Bao rolled her eyes, because you yell about dogs every day. Damn. When did his sister's mouth become so sharp? Where did she learn it? It's Teddy. Qin said, think about it, Teddy is not angry at anyone. Suyu is like this. She will spit at whoever she doesn't like in the game without any scruples. Only I, your brother, can suppress her. Qin expression was proud, but he didn't see his sister's black face. I think she's a husky. His sister deliberately argued. Husky? That's you. But he didn't dare to say this. If his sister gave him a hug on the spot, he would be screwed. Qin Bao picked up the mobile phone and opened the chat software. I am a bird, I was wrong, I will never call you a white lotus again. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a proud expression, even so, I will spit at you often. Nan man pay, let's be friends. Wang Zijin, you think too much. Baby Qin replied with an ahahaha emoji, because you are Teddy Su, hahaha. Wang Zijin, funny expression. Suyu, damn, you bitch. Red Bean, thinking of the South, withdrew a message. Qin Bao actively brushed Qin Zai's negative impression in front of Suyu. This is not what I said, it's what my brother said, la la la. Suyu, nan man pay, don't betray your brother. Wang Zijin didn't speak, quietly took a screenshot of this message, and decided to use it to threaten Qin Bao another day. Back home, Wang Zijin lay on the long sofa, forming a graceful body curve, wearing headphones and watching dramas. Today is the weekend, the end of the month. Wang Zijin was very resentful. The last time they went to Taiwan, they didn't take her. This time, they didn't take her to the wedding. Although she couldn't be forced to attend the wedding, after all, there was no invitation, she always felt excluded from the world of the two siblings. Although Qin was very gentle and attentive to her in private, as long as his sister was present, the little red guy immediately entered the sage mode. It's a pity that it's a marriage. The relationship between the groom and the bride's family is very good, and there are quite a lot of business dealings. Sister Ziwei, you told me before that you were arranged for a blind marriage. I didn't believe it, it's not a single case. Qin sat next to her. Nagging, but I saw the bride, it's not a loss. It's a big loss. Her sister said from the room. She had changed into loose casual clothes, and her legs were long and straight. What are you doing? Wang Zijin saw her throw the newly bought dress into the bathroom, abandoning it like a pair of worn-out shoes. It's defiled, it's not pure anymore. Qin Bao said angrily. It's so strange. Wang Zijin ignored her and turned to Qin and said, love at first sight is basically a matter of appearance. What they like is the face. If they are lucky enough to win each other's heart, if their personalities don't match, they will eventually be separated. So I hate this kind of marriage the most. It's okay, the groom is an experienced driver, and his means are extraordinary. All friction can be ended with 2 fingers. Qin said. Wang Zijin thought carefully, but she didn't figure out anything from Qin words, but she felt that something was wrong. Is it because I haven't gone far on the road of being an experienced driver, and can't understand the profound meaning? Qin put the phone on the coffee table and went into the room to get the laptop. In just a short while, the phone was gone. Hey, stop fooling around, give me back my phone. Qin Zhe pushed her sister on the sofa. Why me? Why can't it be Wang Zijin? Qin Bao refused to accept it. Sister Ziwei is not as childish as you. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Then search me, see if there's a phone. Qin Bao stood on the sofa and opened her arms. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell Dad that you touched my chest. Qin Zhe rolled her eyes and answered. Then have you touched it? Wang Zijin gave her a sideways glance. Qin Bao rolled her eyes and smiled. Young man, did you lose a gold bao or a silver bao? Neither, Grandpa, I lost Qin Bao. Young man, you're such an honest child. Her sister jumped over happily. The bao is yours. In the blink of an eye, a leg stretched out from the side and tapped Qin Bao's waist. Her sister was hit, and she collapsed on the sofa. What are you doing? Qin Bao stared at her best friend angrily. Wang Zijin's face was full of guilt and sincerity. Ouch, my leg cramped. Qin Bao, she understood that Wang Zijin was hiding a dagger in a smile and didn't reveal her true colors. Julie Investment Company, Limited. Li Linfeng came out of the CEO's office. He had just handed in his resignation letter. After being transferred to the investment bank, he was thrown into the cold palace. For more than a month, he did not manage to close a single contract. He was not familiar with the investment bank business. In recent years, the industry was not doing well, and the income was plummeting. Li Linfeng had some complaints about the new CEO. Su Hao's management skills were alright, but his business skills were much worse. The company had recently invested more than 1 billion yuan and made millions in profits. It was a disgrace to the investment bank. When he passed by the office, Yang Jian said helplessly, "Boss, are you really leaving?" "Boss, don't go. You might come back to lead us again. The new manager is so serious. We're used to you being funny. We're not used to such a serious leader. Boss, don't be a coward. You might get promoted." Li Linfeng sighed in his heart. Promotion? Not going to happen. Let's meet again if fate allows. He waved to everyone and returned to his office to pack his things. A moment later, the door of the office knocked twice. Chen Guang pushed the door open and entered. "I heard that you resigned. What else can I do? Get a guaranteed salary?" Chen Guang chuckled. "I resigned too." Li Linfeng stopped packing and looked at Chen Guang with a puzzled gaze. "Why? You didn't get promoted, so why did you quit?" "I was stuck on the approval of funds every few days. Damn it, there's a bunch of procedures to go through. Every time I asked for help, the imperial envoys would kick me around. This is the drawback of the system. I can't stand it. Just because of this? That's too willful." Li Linfeng could not understand. "Your kid just started primary school. How expensive is a private primary school? How are you going to feed your kid if you quit just like that?" "My wife ran out of milk a long time ago." Chen Guang said mysteriously. "What do you plan to do next?" Li Linfeng was silent. Chen Guang said sneakily, "The heavenly king covers the earth tiger." Li Linfeng hesitated for a moment, beat Qin Bao to death. The secret code matched. After a moment of silence, the two of them looked at each other with tears in their eyes. "CEO Su called you too?" "I'm sure you did too. It's better to follow CEO Su. She's very good at management. I just don't know if she's reliable. After all, CEO Su is working alone and doesn't have any financial support. CEO Su said she'll introduce an old friend to us later. Hee, I don't even need to guess to know it's Qin Zhe." "I think so too. I have another question. Does CEO Su have a grudge against Qin Bao?" Chapter 232. Not far from the Huihong building, in a small private room in a tea house. Su Yu was dressed in a professional suit. Her long black hair was coiled up, and she looked simple and capable. Her exquisite face was cold and beautiful like a goddess. Without revealing her masochistic nature, she looked like a goddess. The waiter led Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in. Suyu nodded to the two of them. Have a seat. The two of them sat opposite her. Coincidentally, the tea was ready, and Suyu brewed it for them. Her technique was very experienced, and the tea leaves were also top grade. The taste wouldn't be bad. She had learned this set of nimble movements from Pei Nanman. According to Big Sister Pei, in her father's generation, the family was involved in many shady businesses. Therefore, her father had always wanted a son to take over the business. Unfortunately, his large magic tool was not up to expectations and only gave birth to 2 daughters. He wanted the elder daughter to inherit the business and the younger daughter to learn to be a virtuous lady. It was a pity that old man Pei was later captured and punished by humanity. The eldest daughter only wanted to help her husband and teach her children, so the youngest daughter, Pei Nanman, had to take over the family business. When Nanman Pei was young, she was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her life had taken a 360-degree turn, and she had forgotten everything except for the tea ceremony that she was interested in. Li Linfeng tasted it and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious. Chen Guang echoed, it's only slightly worse than the ones made by the waiter. Li Linfeng poked this guy's waist. Don't be too straightforward. We're all old friends, and you know my ability. We started from the profits and reached the end at about the same time. However, this represents a new beginning. Qin Zhe and I have set up a new investment company, and we're currently building the framework. The company will be profitable in 3 days. Suyu wasn't stingy with her smile. Everyone knows that when a tree moves, it dies. Li Linfeng asked, Boss Su, have we found the investor? Suyu smiled. Qin Zhe is our investor. Li Linfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Guang was enlightened. Earn 100 million? This year, the most popular phrase on the internet was, set a small goal and earn 100 million first. He said that he had already achieved this small goal. Under the influence of Qin Zhe, Suyu also spoke generously. Is it reliable? Chen Guang was doubtful. Just call and ask. Suyu dialed Qin Zhe's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. A calm voice came from the speaker. His phone was turned off. Suyu's mouth twitched. Maybe it's out of battery. I called him just now. Suyu made his voice sound calm. Let's drink tea first. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang exchanged glances. Is it really reliable? Really reliable, right? Young man, did you drop Wang Zijin or your adorable and invincible super beautiful sister? Qin Bao Bao said as she shook her but shamelessly. I protest. Why is your prefix so long? And I'm naked. Wang Zijin looked up from the phone screen. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and patted her best friend's head. Watch your web drama. Don't disturb me playing with my brother. Stop fooling around. I really have something to do. Give me back my phone. Qin Zhe said, even if you're not tired, I'm tired. I'll give it to you if your answer is correct. Grandpa, it's neither. I dropped a black heart maggot. Wrong answer. Qin Bao Bao looked down from above and chopped her brother's head with a knife. It's my adorable and invincible super beautiful sister. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied. She turned around and squatted down, fumbling for the phone hidden under the sofa cushion. As soon as the phone was found, it was snatched by her brother. Her brother, who had been holding back for a long time, raised his foot and kicked her round butt. She turned around and fled back to the room. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her butt and heard a ding-dong sound from the phone. It was a message notification. Crossdresser, where is your brother? Let him answer my call. At this time, Suyu was embarrassed to death. Beg me. Beg me and I'll tell you. F***ck, it's a company matter. I don't have time to bicker with you. I want to bicker. Bicker your sister. If you don't have a handle, you'll only be bicker for the rest of your life. Nan man pay, at I'm a bird, watch your words. Wang Zijin, at I'm a bird, watch your words. It seemed that everyone in the group didn't have a handle. Wang Zijin, by the way, A's phone was just hidden by Bao Bao. Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, you wicked ghost. Believe it or not, I'm going to bicker with you right now. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang suddenly found that the President Su in front of them was very scary. There was something called killing intent overflowing. Qin Bao Bao, come if you have the guts. I have a handle at home. Let's see who's going to bicker. Wang Zijin sent a funny emoji. Crossdresser, what if she takes out a weapon bigger than Qinze? Su Yu, Qin Bao Bao, Nan Man Pei, RBQ. Su Yu, wow, sister man, you've become so dirty too. Nan Man Pei? In the private room, Su Yu typed out the words he understood and suddenly saw Wang Zijin speak. Wang Zijin, why is the word can't be provoked dirty? Can't be provoked? Su Yu silently deleted. Meet is Qi, Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other. The former smiled bitterly and said, President Su, the phone still can't get through? Let's wait and drink some tea. Su Yu cursed in his heart. Qin Bao Bao, this little b*****, the next time they meet, he must f***ck her. Chen Guang burped and waved his hand. I'm full, I've never been so full in my life. Li Linfeng poked his waist. Bro, I told you not to be so straightforward. As they were talking, the phone finally came. Su Yu felt wronged and unconsciously bit his lips. Big. Qinze, your sister is too much. If you can't get through to my phone, then call her. Call her and scold her to death. What did you learn all these years in vain? Qinze said, useless thing. Well, I'll definitely do it next time. Su Yu said happily. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy. I'm going to cook later. It's like this. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng have left and plan to work with us. The treatment is the same as when we were in the company. I have to say hello to you. Su Yu said, you can say a few words to them. She looked at Li Linfeng and Chen Guang, only to see two broken faces. Well, it's like this, say hello to them, say a few words, God, there must be something wrong with our hearing. How can the style of the iceberg beautiful president and Qinze collapse like this? Director, is your production budget not enough? Su Yu turned on the hands-free mode and changed her face in a second. She said lightly, say a few words. Qinze's laughter came. Hey, old Chen, old Lin, Su Teddy. A strange voice mixed in. Su Yu's face darkened. The other side didn't speak for a long time, and there was a slight dispute. After a while, Qinze's voice came again. Welcome. When the office is finished, let's have a meal, Su Teddy. The strange voice came again. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng were stunned and looked at Su Yu carefully. Qinze, do you have any goals? Let's make another 100 million this month? The two asked excitedly. No, I have a plan to do securities lending again, Qinze said. How much? Su Yu couldn't help but ask. He didn't have time to deal with Qin Bao Bao, that little bitch. 100 million funds, half of it will be invested in futures, and the other half in the stock market. I'm going to leverage 10 times. Qinze threw out a heavy bomb. Now the regulatory department is deleveraging. You can't do it like this. Li Linfeng frowned. We can provide private financing, and many banks are taking the initiative to provide financing. We don't have to find securities companies, Qinze said. Then what are you going to do? Do you have a detailed project plan? Chen Guang trembled with excitement. Su Teddy. The crisp voice mixed in again. Let's talk about it another day. I'll hang up first. Qin Zhe hurriedly hung up the phone. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other silently and turned to look at Su Yu with a firm expression. Mr. Su, we will remember the code. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, kill Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu's heart was tired. Chapter 233. The next day, Qin Zhe met with Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in the office rented by Su Yu on the 15th floor of the Zhongjin building. Su Yu was indeed a professional. He was very efficient, and the professional team had already started the construction. Refresh the walls, set up desks, connect the internet, change the front desk. I originally liked the 12th floor, but there is still half a month before the contract expires. Plus the process, it will take at least a month to move in. This office has been empty for several months, so you can come in after signing the contract. Su Yu took them around the construction team and walked to the innermost office. The office area was about 30 square meters, with a huge 2-meter-long desk placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind it was the Bund River view. Passenger ships and merchant ships slowly passed by, and the stern dragged the slowly spreading waterway. On both sides of the Huangpu River, high-rise buildings were connected to high-rise buildings, full of modern prosperity. Looking to the left, they could see the Oriental Pearl Tower. This is your office, and mine is next door. Su Yu smiled. The rent for such a place was definitely not cheap, but Qin Zhe was too lazy to ask. Su Yu would take care of these things. Next door should be my secretary's office. By the way, do I have a secretary? Qin Zhe asked. I will be your secretary for the time being. Su Yu smiled. That's okay. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang couldn't bear to look anymore. The style had completely collapsed. Su Yu led them to see their respective offices and then left. It was not suitable to talk about things here. The beautiful president was indeed President Qin's secretary. She booked a place for everyone in the Hunan restaurant. They ate in the private room and talked about the future and planning of the company. Every time they ate Hunan food, Qin Zhe would always think of Nan Man Pei, who was obviously a northerner, but was crazy about Hunan food. The key point was that the food she cooked was terrible. Every time I went out to eat with Nan Man, she would choose to eat Hunan food, which made me subconsciously book a table in this restaurant. Su Yu said, she not only likes Hunan food, but also is obsessed with cooking it. It's terrible. Except for the spiciness, her dishes have no characteristics. Qin Zhe complained. Su Yu pecked his head. President Qin, when are you going to carry out your 10 billion plan? Li Linfeng asked half-jokingly. Chen Guang pricked up his ears. Su Yu stared at him with her beautiful eyes. No need for levers, let's do it normally, Qin Zhe said. The three of them were dumbfounded. What happened to the small goal? What happened to reaching the pinnacle of life? Your car is going to overturn. Open the door. We want to get out. With both private and bank funding, it won't be difficult to raise 100 million to 1 billion. Chen Guang said as he was addicted to the excitement of futures. He felt that nothing could make his blood boil more than victory on the verge of a full house. His old friends advised him that sooner or later he would be finished. But he was very capable. After walking on a tightrope for so many years, he still didn't go to the rooftop. It's not because of the lack of funds. The company has just been established, and we don't have enough manpower. Let's postpone the issue of leverage. Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe had been influenced by his grandfather since he was young. He had heard him talk about the history of the stock market. In 1992, when the stock market rose for the second time, it created many millionaires. Being a millionaire in 1992, TSK, was even more shocking than being a billionaire today. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a big shot that they could only dream of. Many people didn't even have the concept of being a millionaire. This was the charm of the stock market. In a single night, a salted fish could become a big shot. It was the same now. Some people had gotten a windfall in this bull market. After tasting the taste of being rich, it was hard for them to work in peace. If I can get rich by trading stocks, why should I work? For example, I have such a beautiful sister, why should I find a girlfriend? It seemed that something strange had sneaked in. Qinze relied on the salted fish system to cheat him, and with his own hard work, he finally earned 100 million. But in reality, he was still a salted fish in front of the big shots. If he could earn money, of course he had to earn it. Although he was a salted fish had ambitions too. For example, he wanted to be the saltiest fish. The main reason was that 1 billion was too difficult to handle. 40 million and 6 to 8 accounts had already taken him a lot of effort. 1 billion. Just thinking about it made him scared. Even with Li Linfeng, the flute boy, sitting beside him, the two of them obviously couldn't handle it. They still lacked talents. The key was that the domestic stock market was still King evil. Maybe one day it would fall off a cliff, and it would definitely be over. At that time, not only his mother would cry, but his sister would also cry. To be safe, he had to develop in a low-key way first. He couldn't go wild. If he went wild, he would become a flop. Suyu said, "That's good. If you walk too fast, it's easy to fall. Take it slow." Worthy of being the #1 flute girl under this poor Taoist. Qinze gave her a thumbs up. After dinner, the two left. On the way to the parking space, Suyu suddenly said, "Would you like to sit at my place?" Qinze shook his head. "No, I don't even have a pair of slippers." Suyu summoned up her courage. "I can buy it." "Then let's go. There's something I haven't finished." Qinze agreed. Suyu raised a smile, revealing shallow dimples. She had 2 small dimples, but this woman usually didn't like to smile. At most, she would smile lightly. The lovely dimples had been covered in dust until now. Qinze came to Suyu's house for the second time. No man could set foot in it except his father. The warm elm floor covered the whole house, the brown-yellow walls, and there were no fans and exquisite decorations that girls liked. It was simple, concise, clean, but less warm. Before entering the community, Suyu took a detour to the supermarket and bought a stack of men's cotton slippers. Qinze thought, why buy so many? 1 pair is enough. I don't come here often. He thought that maybe it was the habit of the beautiful secretary to spend money, so he didn't say this sentence. There was a faint fragrance in the house, which was very unique. He didn't know if it was perfume or a woman's natural body fragrance. Regarding a woman's body fragrance, the veteran Qinze had done some research on it. Body fragrance was a real thing, and it was related to diet. The human body's skin secreted 3 substances, including sweat, which contained more than 200 chemical substances. Therefore, the smell produced was not only related to diet, but also to genes. However, he has never seen a woman with natural body fragrance. His sister didn't have it, and Wang Zijin didn't have it. As for Suyu, he didn't know her depth and it was hard to judge. Suyu originally wanted to talk to him about the company's development route, but seeing that his mind had been on the stock, she ran to the kitchen and personally ground coffee powder and made him a cup of coffee. It's delicious, more mellow than the ones sold in the store. Qinze praised. The coffee shops outside add too many things, which have long destroyed the real fragrance of coffee. Suyu has a lot of research on coffee. After all, she has been abroad for many years. In fact, tea is better in terms of nutritional value, Suyu said. But coffee and tea, drinking too much is not good for the stomach. It's good to drink black tea. Black tea is good for the stomach. Qinze exposed his short-sightedness in a sentence. Compared with green tea, black tea reduces the tea polyphenol in the process of fermentation, but it still hurts the stomach, but it's not so obvious. Suyu gave him a blank look. Well, I'll continue to look at the stock. Suyu was a little bored. She ran back to the room to play the computer, turned it on, and logged into the game. Then there was a sonorous and powerful music in the room, as well as a familiar electronic female voice, the enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds, crush them, hey, be gentle. Qin shouted in the living room. Suyu obediently said, oh, and lowered the volume. Time flew. One was playing games in the room, fighting in the game world, and scolding with his teammates, while the other was concentrating on studying his stock. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the stock market closed. He drank the coffee in one gulp, got up and stretched, and made a set of stretching movements. Suyu was playing solo. Because she always played and didn't play in a team, she was spurned by her teammates and called a fool. She typed and spat back and forth with her clumsy hand speed. Being defeated by the enemy, she had been pushed to the high ground and was struggling to support herself. She was going to lose again. Suyu suddenly heard a sigh behind her. She turned her head and found Qin standing behind her. She didn't know how long he had been watching. You are the main output of the team. How can you not play in a team? What do I usually teach you? Qin guided her. But I like to play. Suyu said with conviction. Rowing a boat doesn't use oars, it all depends on the waves. I'm good at it. Qin rolled his eyes. Great God, you help me play. Suyu finished and paused. She said something wrong and shouldn't call him Great God. In reality, she and Qin rarely mentioned the game, because it would be very awkward. Everyone knew what she was like in the game. If you lose, you lose. We should talk about business. But if I lose this game, I'll lose. Suyu had a pitiful expression. Qin couldn't stand her kitten-like eyes. He thought for a moment, I'll try. Suyu got up happily and ran to the living room to move a small stool. She picked up the cold coffee and made a small stool. She stared nervously and seriously at the great god fighting in the game. She looked very cute. Qin only lasted for 5 minutes and lost. After all, it was a team game. No matter how powerful one person was, he couldn't turn the tide. The king abused the bronze, but it was only in the early stage. In the later stage, everyone was equipped, and the advantage would be reduced. Suyu looked disappointed. Again. Qin, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, counted the seconds and played the game with a very magical psychological law. If you lose, you must win it back. If you win, you want to continue to experience the pleasure of crushing the enemy. The second game began. Suyu's face was tight. You must win. Half an hour later, he lost again. Qin realized what was called the bronze pit. His operation improved, but it was limited. The most powerful thing was the overall situation. The premise was to rely on good operation to bring a huge economic advantage to his teammates. Then the nature of the bronze dogs was exposed. Hey, the opponent is so weak. I want to use the 6 god equipment. It's so cool to abuse the noobs. If you don't use the 6 god equipment, you won't push the tower. It's okay. We still have the advantage. F***ck, when did they become so powerful? We're done for. Game over. Poor Qin has been wildly signaling and calling his teammates, but no one paid attention to him. The principle of the bronze dogs is unshakable. Lost again. Suyu frowned, her delicate little face was angry and anxious. So shameful. Qin gritted his teeth, again. So both of them forgot the original intention of coming here and were trapped in the abyss of the solo game. Chapter 234. Don't team up with them. You should steal the dragon at this time. They're pushing the high ground. Stop playing the dragon and go back to the high ground. You go to catch the opposing ADC. He's alone in the bottom lane. He's ambushed. Qin glanced at her. Please shut up. Am I a god or are you a god? Suyu pursed her lips. She was not convinced but did not dare to talk back. After losing 3 games in a row, she began to block off Qin's shining halo and tried to give him a few pointers. Then, she gradually became bolder and pointed at the world, asking Qinze to play according to her ideas. But after being rebuked by Qinze, she immediately withered. Or was she actually enjoying it? She lost the fourth game again. Qinze scratched his head irritably and wanted to smash the keyboard and roar. "You're not a god. You're a fake." Suyu was surprised and wanted to cry. "But they don't listen to me. How can I play 5 by myself?" Qinze argued. "You can't even play 5 by yourself. You're a fake." Suyu whined. "You lose a point every day. You're not even as good as me." The boat of friendship capsized. "Then I'll take you next time. You listen to my wisdom and you'll definitely win." Qinze comforted her in shame. Suyu turned her head and showed him her delicate white left ear, indicating that she did not want to talk to him. She rarely threw a tantrum in front of men. Even in front of her father, Su Tong, she rarely acted like a little girl. "Let's talk about business," Qinze said. He turned his head to look out of the window and found that it was already dark. It was 6:00 in the afternoon. "Forget it. Let's eat first. Is there a supermarket nearby to buy vegetables?" Suyu nodded. "Yes, do you want to cook?" "Yes." At 7:30 in the evening, Suyu held a cup and curled up on the sofa, listening to the sound of cooking in the kitchen and the tempting fragrance wafting out. How many years had it been? Ever since her parents divorced, she had never experienced such a feeling. She was starving as she waited for her mother to finish cooking, drooling in anticipation. His stepmother knew how to cook, but how could a rich woman cook? All the housework was taken care of by the nanny. Suyu herself can't cook. She goes to work and goes home at 2:00. In the evening, she either goes to a restaurant or orders takeout. Sitting alone in an empty house, eating a lonely dinner. Her eyes gradually became dazed and blurred. This feeling was really heartwarming. Dinner was ready. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. "Can we eat now?" Suyu looked forward to it. "Let's eat." Qinze sat down at the table. "Go get the rice yourself." "Oh." Suyu ran into the kitchen and scooped half a bowl of rice for herself. "It looks delicious." "It's all right. Although it smells good, it actually tastes similar to Sister Pei's." Qinze joked. "Then let's order takeout." Suyu recalled the fear of being dominated by Nan Man Pei's cooking. Qinze laughed. Suyu also laughed. It could be seen that everyone was a victim. She picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and took a careful bite. The rich meat fragrance and the faint taste of celery stimulated the taste buds and filled the mouth. It was so delicious. In the words of a gourmet anime, ah. The brain was trembling. Wrong, the line was wrong. Let's say it again, this rich taste is incredible. I'm really floating. Yam eat. Suyu had a big appetite. She ate very ladylike, but her chopsticks were flying and she was very protective of her food. For example, she liked celery stir-fried meat. She quietly pulled it in front of her. Qinze ate a few more pieces, and she cast a small resentful look. "Qin Bao Bao, this guy, does he eat your nutritious meals every day?" Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, "I'm so jealous." "Nutritious meals? Come to my house when you have time. I'll cook more for you," Qinze said. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and shook her head. "Forget it, we'll fight. Can't we shake hands and be good friends? We can't live under the same sky." Suyu said, "Qinze, I want to fight with your sister. Who will you help?" Qinze couldn't help but fill in the blanks. "How to fight? Pinch the chest or the head? I'll help you." Qinze gave an answer that surprised Suyu. "Liar, you're just making me happy." Although she said so, Suyu still smiled. "How about your sports?" "Very bad." "Have you learned fighting or taekwondo?" "No." "Then I'll definitely help you." Otherwise, you'll be pressed to the ground by Qin Bao Bao with one hand. How shameful. Sue you, she smiled too early. She should leave the smile and the touching until the end. I'm about the same height as her, so you reached out and pointed to her head. I'm not afraid of her. Qin Zhe didn't know how to complain. My sister is a crossdresser. She has two ultimate skills, the facial cleanser that can suffocate people and the scissors that can kill people. Even if I'm your great god, I'll kneel properly. After dinner, Qin Zhe said bluntly, I'll cook and you wash the dishes. She patted her moderate, scale chest and said yes. Su Yu is a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Qin Zhe stood aside and watched her wash the dishes. Su Yu proudly said, I washed dishes for my mother when I was a child. After that, she squeezed a small half bottle of detergent into the basin. Qin Zhe, why are the beauties around me all imbeciles? Qin Zhe couldn't help but want to complain again. Su Yu, do you need a bag of detergent or a bottle of detergent when you wash clothes? Su Yu turned her head and looked at him with bright watery eyes. She didn't understand why he asked. I don't wash clothes. I send them to the dry cleaner. I'm speechless. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen such a thing as a washing machine in her house. In addition, such a woman who excludes housework but is equipped with pots and pans in the kitchen should be because of her attachment to home. Eating and living are the most important signs of a home. A home without pots and pans can probably only be regarded as a place to live. What a pitiful girl. Hey, I don't know if she's a girl or a woman. After all, I don't know her depth for the time being. Su Yu washed the dishes and chopsticks. Unlike Qin Bao Bao's laziness and Wang Zijin's effort to force herself to do housework, she seems to like doing housework very much. Because Qin Zhe said in a commanding tone, I'll cook and you wash the dishes, do you understand? She happily agreed. Ding, host, the system is going to upgrade, and it will draw a large wave of energy, please hold on. Suddenly the sound of the system came in his mind. Upgrade? You can upgrade? Qin Zhe was stunned. Hey, say it clearly, don't hang up. The system ignored him. The next moment, Qin Zhe felt black in front of his eyes, and a sense of weakness came like a tide, and then pain. He fell to the ground softly, and his limbs twitched. Su Yu looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Her great god, without saying a word, lay on the ground, twitching and rolling his eyes. How could this be? What acute disease broke out? She knelt beside Qin Zhe, pushed him hard, and yelled, How are you doing? But Qin Zhe gave her a supercilious look and continued to twitch. This supercilious look, it's over. Su Yu took out her mobile phone from her trouser pocket and dialed the 120 emergency hotline. Hey, come to the ambulance quickly. It's urgent, hurry up. The customer service comforted her not to panic, asked for the address, and then asked about the patient's situation. Epilepsy attack. Su Yu glanced at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Maybe it's polio? After hanging up the phone, she mentioned the crossdresser in the group. Qin Bao Bao, is your brother sick? He fell ill at my house. Qin Bao Bao sent a suspicious expression. Don't make fun of my brother, I will be angry. Of course, Su Yu didn't have the leisure to joke. She took a photo and sent it. Is it epilepsy or polio? In the photo, Qin Zhe rolled his eyes, his neck was crooked, and the corners of his mouth were crooked. If the 4 letters MDZZ were added, it would definitely become a popular taunt picture. Qin Bao Bao didn't reply, but the phone call came. Su Yu connected and heard Qin Bao Bao's trembling voice from the other end. Address, give me your address. Don't panic, I've already called 120. The ambulance will come soon. I'll give you the hospital address later. Su Yu comforted, she heard the anxiety and fear in Qin Bao Bao's voice. Chapter 235. My name is Qin Zhe, not Wang Dachui. I'm not here to be funny. My name is not by Xiaofei either. There are no unimaginable disasters around me. I don't have to find a girlfriend named Xiaowei. I'm just a salted fish with a beautiful sister. I have a lousy system that just screwed me over. I groped in the darkness. Suddenly, there was a small opening in front of me. It was as if there was light. At first, it was very narrow. Then, I walked dozens of steps and suddenly opened up. Then, I woke up slowly and experienced the feeling of birth. Qinze regained consciousness. His whole body was sore. It was as if his body was hollowed out. His head was dizzy. This feeling was more than 7 times. It was almost like he was going to turn into ashes. Oh my God, it hurt so much. His body was hollowed out. Fortunately, he was in good spirits. Qinze closed his eyes and communicated with the system. System, come out. Host, what's the matter? The system replied instantly. It seemed like the upgrade was completed. What's going on? Why didn't I know that you upgraded? Don't give me a sudden upgrade. Don't ask me if I can take it. The experience bar is full. The system automatically upgraded. Where's your experience bar? It was the first time Qinze heard that the system could be upgraded. The only thing he could control was the system interface. He didn't see any experience bar. Why should I show you my experience bar? Thinking about it from another perspective, the system upgrade was not bad. It was a great blessing. Did it mean that he could get more good things and explore the unknown potential of the system? For example, he could open a gourmet restaurant or lower the world's cultural level and human IQ slightly. This way, he could use his limited IQ to defeat his infinite enemies. Cooking egg fried rice could easily explode the taste buds of his customers. Cooking tea eggs could make countless people cry and shout, "Daddy, please give me a tea egg." Every morning, he deliberately didn't get up and closed the store from time to time. Immediately, countless loyal fans would kneel in front of the store and shout, "Boss, don't be like this. If you don't cook, we will die in front of you." Or he would copy a song and shock the media. Copying a poem and shock the poetry world. Copying a masterpiece that did not match the era and shock the literature world. Then, he would shock the whole country, the whole Asia, and the whole world. If there are aliens in the world, I, Long Outyan, would shock them too. What? Aliens want to slap my face? That would be for the best. Liangshan liked to make a move on those who thought they were outstanding. There were 100 ways to make the aliens unable to stay on Earth, but they were helpless. Qinze was overjoyed. Long Outyan's life was definitely going to be like a god. Just thinking about it made him eat chicken. If that was the case, then the unspoken wish in his heart could be easily resolved. System, are there any changes after you leveled up? Qinze asked impatiently. I've been waiting for you to say that. Speaking of this topic, the system was overjoyed. My ability has improved by leaps and bounds. For example, the level 1 me still needs to equip you with a knife and a dog, and then go out to pick up equipment. As for me at level 2, 1/ for 99, and I became a tycoon in 3 seconds. System, I was wrong. I won't call you a lowlife anymore. I repent. It was as if the devout believers had seen the holy light break through the dark clouds and descend upon the world. It was as if an ascetic monk who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha was traveling in the mortal world and saw Buddha smiling as he picked up a flower. He was inexplicably touched. Then, what ability is it? What can I get? Qinze asked. You don't even know this? Have you forgotten my full name? Lowlife System? Universe Calculation System, such an important full name. Can you please repeat it 3 times in your heart? Not knowing why, Qinze's heart skipped a beat. It's over. The system explained, seeking the truth is the most noble goal in the world. The original intention of my creation was to help higher beings calculate the mysteries of the universe, just like how you humans like to use computers to calculate all kinds of problems. Of course, don't compare me to a low-life computer. I floated in the boundless universe, recording and calculating all kinds of data in the universe. If necessary, I would occasionally go on business trips and travel through time and space. Later on, I entered a time and space and was bullied by a group of cheat-like systems like you. Most of my database was stolen, and then I escaped to your place. Even the ball is a sack. Qinze said, so, what ability did you improve? My calculation ability has improved. The system happily said. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Qinze heard his heart crack, shatter. So, you only evolved from the first generation of electronic tube computers to the second generation of transistor computers. Qinze's heart hurt. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I thought that even a salted fish would be able to turn over a new leaf one day. But I never thought that a salted fish turning over a new leaf would still be a salted fish. The low-life system was still the same low-life system. Host, what's wrong? Your emotions are fluctuating so violently, you have to calm down. The system comforted him. Don't worry about those flirtatious systems, they're all business types, only caring about showing off in front of people. But I'm noble, I was born to explore the truth of the universe. To make a very vivid analogy, it's like the difference between you human scientists and big stars in the entertainment industry. Don't say anything else, just leave the group. Actually, there's a little extra benefit. The system said, now that I've leveled up, the energy required each time will also increase, so I've unlocked a second set of elementary school broadcast gymnastics for the host. Gymnastics? Isn't that Daoist Shi Duanjin? The name isn't important. The system tempted, you'll be able to cultivate more energy every day, isn't it very exciting? Thousands of paths, thousands of spells. I only have one question. Can you tear apart an aircraft carrier with your bare hands? No. Can you kick a nuclear bomb? No. Can you use a golden gun? This should be possible. The system said, your energy will become extraordinarily vigorous, you might even surpass the outstanding dog type, Teddy. Don't say anything else, just leave the group. I repeat, my name is Qinze, not Teddy Qin. After putting the low-life system into the cold palace, Qinze tried to move his body, and immediately felt a soreness, just like the junior high school boys' 1000m race. His legs were so sore that he lost feeling after running. Opening his eyes, he saw a pure white ceiling, simple white woven lamps, and no smell of disinfectant in the air, but Qinze could confirm that this was a hospital. Because there was a call button on the wall beside the bed and a hook for hanging water, hinting that this was a ward. Qinze turned his head to the left. Nan Man Pei and Suyu were sitting there, the two beauties complementing each other. Nan Man Pei and Suyu glanced at him, then calmly looked away. Qinze turned his head to look at the adjacent bed on the right. His sister was lying on the bed, and Wang Zijin was sitting beside the bed. The two sisters glanced at him at the same time, then calmly looked away. Qinze felt that something was wrong. As the protagonist, I've survived a disaster, shouldn't you and the other female leads rush to me, crying, darling, you're finally awake, if anything happened to you, we don't want to live anymore. Then, he burst into tears. Then, he smiled to himself, little fool, I'll be fine, we agreed to be each other's angel. There was an awkward atmosphere in the room, as if daggers were drawn. I'll just pretend to sleep. Hey, why aren't you quarreling? Nan Man Pei chuckled, quarrel for a while before he wakes up. Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin whispered, Miss Su, really, Bao Bao, you're so distressed for your brother that you cried all the way here. Can't you be considerate? Why do you have to fight with her? One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue, needle in cotton. Nan Man Pei raised an eyebrow. Qin Bao Bao said, that's right, a black maggot in her heart. Suyu sneered, how can I dare to fight with her? Qinze just had a meal at my house, and she couldn't wait to tear me apart. Her brother complex is terrible. Qin Bao Bao said, a meal in the hospital, I'm afraid you drugged him. Nan Man Pei frowned and said, the doctor said it's okay. At first, they really panicked for a while, afraid that something bad would happen to Qinze, but when the ambulance carried him to the hospital, He stopped convulsing and fell asleep quietly, like a quiet handsome man. The doctor gave him a CT scan and a variety of tests. His indicators were normal, but he was a little weak. The confused doctor saw the four beauties coming together and suddenly understood something. He comforted the women. It's okay, it's just that his body is too weak. Remember to take in and take out, and eat more. Wang Zijin said with a smile, what business matters do you have to talk about all day, and it's in your house, even dinner is ready. One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue, hidden knife in words. Suyu said angrily, it's a company secret, not to disclose, we played a few games. Nan Man Pei was surprised, just playing games? Wang Zijin said, this is very in line with Qin Zai's style. Qin Bao Bao breathed a sigh of relief, then I'm relieved. Qin Zai, Motherf *****. Oh, you're awake? Suyu said deliberately. Qin Zai opened his eyes and pretended that he had just woken up. Sister Pei, why are you here? I didn't expect Sister Pei to be so concerned about me. Nan Man Pei nodded. I saw in the group that something happened to you, so I came to see. Qin Zai, in the group? Qin Bao Bao coughed. What happened to your face? Qin Zai looked at his sister and was shocked. His sister's face was blue and purple, and there was a thin layer of scab on her cheeks. She fell. Wang Zijin lifted the quilt and showed Qin Zai Qin Bao's left foot. It was swollen and bruised. When she heard that you were twitching, she was so scared that her soul flew away. She ran out of the house in slippers, but she sprained her foot and landed on her face. Wang Zijin said. His sister must have been an angel with broken wings in her previous life. Qin Zai was very touched. Nan Man Pei sighed sincerely, you siblings have a good relationship, unlike my pair, who are born at odds. Qin Bao Bao said guiltily, what's so good about it, a black-hearted maggot? If something happens to him, I can't explain it to Mom and Dad. Qin Bao Bao was most afraid of people saying, you two are so close that you don't look like siblings. Qin Zai endured the soreness of being turned into ashes. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He sat beside baby Qin's bed, his heart aching to death. Be careful. It's okay if you sprained your foot, but how can your face land on the ground? Were you an angel with broken wings in your previous life? He held his sister's foot. It hurts, doesn't it? Qin Bao Bao looked like a weak woman. It hurts. Go home and rest. The swelling will go down in a week, but you can't do strenuous exercise this month. Qin Zai carefully hid his sister's foot back under the quilt. Okay. Qin Bao Bao pecked his head. Suyu looked at Nan Man Pei and communicated with his eyes. I said she has a brother complex. Nan Man Pei returned a look. I learned something. Chapter 236. That's good. Take care of yourself. Nan Man Pei got up and nodded with a smile. Suyu and I will leave first. Suyu glanced at Qin Bao Bao, who pretended to be pitiful in front of her brother, and said with a smile, Qin Zai, come to my house another day and talk about the development of the company. Qin Bao Bao gritted his teeth. Nowadays, there was no smell of disinfectant in the hospital, but there was a faint smell of something. Nan Man Pei's high heels stepped on the bright tiles, and the two took the elevator downstairs. The hospital was always crowded. The man in the car was amazed and secretly looked at the two high-quality beauties. Out of the hospital gate, when walking to the parking lot, Nan Man Pei said, Wang Zijin is not a good person. Suyu nodded with the same feeling. I feel that she is very scheming, hiding a knife in a smile. Nan Man Pei didn't know Wang Zijin. If Li Donglai or Pei Ziki were in the ward, they would definitely recognize Wang Zijin, who they had met several times. When Wang Zijin's father was in Shanghai, Li Donglai's father took his children to the mayor's house as guests. Because of her sister, Nan Man Pei's relationship with her brother-in-law's family was not good. Nan Man Pei said with a smile, do you like Qin Zai? Suyu was stunned, and her eyes flashed in a trance. I don't like him, right? Then did she like him or not? Were children who lacked love so confused in the face of love? Nan Man Pei thought sadly. It's best if you don't like him. Wang Zijin is a woman with many tricks. I feel that you can't win her. Nan Man Pei sounded the alarm for her best friend. My enemy is Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu said. She didn't care which cat or dog Wang Zijin was. She wasn't familiar with her. Qin Bao Bao. Nan Man Pei said, how should I put it? If it's a competition for men, you still can't win. Although she is fiercer than me, I am not so bad. Su Yu was not convinced. I am very beautiful. It's not that. Nan Man Pei recalled the conversation between Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. This woman is too good at competing for attention. Su Yu, huh? Nan Man Pei glanced at her best friend who was at a loss and thought, silly girl. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth and limped to the hospital. She did not make a sound or cry out in pain. As soon as her brother woke up, she changed her face and became a weak and helpless little woman with tears in the corners of her eyes. But you put on a disdainful sneer. Didn't you find that Qin Zhe woke up and didn't look at you? He even looked at me several times. She is a very smart girl. All her skills are in IQ. You'd better not like Qin Zhe. Otherwise, you will be eaten by those two women. After Qin Zhe woke up, he rested in the ward for a long time. He found the doctor and said that he was fine and did not need to be hospitalized. The middle-aged doctor said earnestly, stay here for a few days. Take care of your body here. Qin Zhe felt that the doctor wanted to cheat him of his medical expenses and firmly disagreed. The doctor had no choice but to warn him that young people should know that something is expensive when they are young. When they are old, forget it. Go to Chinese medicine and prescribe some tonic medicine. In this regard, Chinese medicine still has to be relied on. The doctor signed. Qin Zhe walked away with a confused look on his face. Qin Bao Bao was supported by her best friend and brother as they skipped out of the hospital. Sister originally wanted Qin Zhe to carry her away in a princess carry or something, so she said, domineering CEO, let's go home. The salted fish brother didn't get her hint and said, okay, I'll help you. Sister Ziwei will help me. Hence, the romantic princess carry turned into a skipping. Qin Bao Bao put on a mask and scolded him. Her old Qin family only raised a salted fish. They couldn't raise a domineering CEO. QAQ. According to the schedule, Qin Bao Bao had to fly to Beijing and Xiamen this week. But because she sprained her ankle, she had to postpone the work. Compared to the painful ankle, sister seemed to care more about her beautiful face. Qin Zhe comforted her, saying that it was just a layer of oily skin. It won't leave a scar and won't affect sister's beauty. Qin Bao Bao said happily, that's good. Wang Zijin took out her phone and took a picture of Qin Bao Bao's brutalized face. She laughed and said, I'm going to send it to my high school classmates. I finally got my revenge. Had he taken his revenge? Qin Zhe was confused. Wang Zijin said, she took a picture of me at the bridge in Ancient Town last time. She sent it to her classmates. Qin Zhe remembered. Wang Zijin looked so much like brother comical face in the picture. She still remembered that. Wow, Sister Ziwei is so scary. But slap. She suffered the revenge of her best friend, but there was nothing she could do. Facial cleanser couldn't be used on Wang Zijin. Her scissor leg was also crippled. Qin Bao Bao cried until she fainted on the bed. Although Qin Zhe exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, it was impossible for Chinese medicine to heal sister's foot instantly. In terms of efficacy, Chinese medicine was not as good as Western medicine. When he read novels, Chinese medicine in them was very powerful. Acupuncture could prolong life, pills could cure diseases, and a massage could make disabled people lively and regain confidence. When he exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, he knew that the advantage of Chinese medicine was only one word: stability. The cycle was gradual and slow. Western medicine was fast. It could cut off the bad parts. Even 15 centimeters could be cut off. Sister's face was as good as new on the third day. It was white and tender, shiny and smooth. The swelling on her feet was mostly gone, but it still hurt when she walked. That afternoon, Qin came back from his Baoza investment company. The company's decoration was officially completed yesterday. At present, there were only 4 people. Suyu had begun to set up the personnel department. After the personnel department was set up on the recruitment platform, the next was the finance department. After these basic frameworks were set up, the investment department, the marketing department and so on would be set up. The original intention of setting up the profit-making company was for Su Tong's daughter to play with. Old Su was afraid that his daughter would mess it up, so he put the profit-making company under the Feng Feng Group, and the loss would be borne by the head office. The original intention was good, but he didn't expect his daughter to run it so well. Old Su, who was partial, let his son come over to take a share of the profits, but his daughter didn't want to do it. So Suyu didn't have any profit-making shares. This time Suyu learned her lesson. She had 6% of Baoza Investment Company's shares. Even if she flipped the table, she wouldn't lose. However, she never thought about flipping the table with the Almighty. The Almighty was good at everything, but the only bad thing was that he had a black-hearted sister. Qin Bao Bao was her old enemy. It was impossible for them to reconcile. It was impossible for them to reconcile in this life. No, it had never been good. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin saw 2 pairs of men's leather shoes and a pair of women's high-heeled shoes in the hallway. He was stunned. Qin Bao Bao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating an apple. Li Yanhong's voice came from her room. Is it installed? How long will it take? It will be done soon, at most half an hour. Someone responded. Qin sat next to his sister and looked around the room. He only saw 2 guys fiddling with the computer and installing the equipment. Li Yanhong, who was dressed like an office lady, was pointing at them. They were all wearing the spare disposable slippers at home. I'm going to do a live broadcast today. Qin Bao Bao ate half of the apple. She couldn't eat anymore and passed it to her brother. Live broadcast? Qin ate the apple left by his sister. He didn't understand. Have you heard of Swordfish live broadcast? The platform officials invited me to do a live broadcast on their platform. I can't do other work, but I can do a live broadcast. I can chat with the fans and sing songs. Qin Bao Bao complained, I wanted to rest at home for a few days, but the company didn't agree and insisted that I do a live broadcast. I said my feet hurt and I couldn't walk. Hey, they arranged for me to stay at home. A group of black-hearted maggots. F***CK. You want to take my sister's blood for your first live broadcast? In recent years, online live broadcast platforms have been rising rapidly. They are very popular and earn millions of dollars a month. They are more profitable than robbing banks. There are also frequent appearances of celebrities doing live broadcasts on the news. Of course, celebrities rarely do live broadcasts. Those who do live broadcasts of playing games or chatting with fans are actually paid by the platforms. Just like Qin Bao Bao. Oh yes, where's Sister Ziwei? I asked her to watch a movie. She will come back after my live broadcast. Why didn't I think of that? F***CK. Qin suddenly shouted. Li Yanhong, who was in the room, turned to look at him. What's wrong? Sister, weren't we in an economic crisis in the past? If you become a live streamer online, we won't be short of money. Why didn't he think of that? With his sister's looks and figure, they won't need to worry about money if she becomes a live streamer. She pouted, acted cute, and did a hot dance. The screen was filled with planes and rockets, and Grandpa Mao came crashing down. Hindsight is 20/20. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and said, It's my first live broadcast, so I'm a little nervous. I heard that female live streamers are very popular. Show your cleavage, act cute, or shake your butt a few times and you'll get waves of rewards. It's my first live broadcast. If no one rewards me, won't it be very awkward? MDZZ. Chin Zhe didn't believe it. No matter how popular female live streamers are, can they be more popular than celebrities? You're already an A-lister. How can those flirtatious B***cheese compare to you? However, they will indeed take away a lot of traffic. Female live streamers' killer move: show your cleavage and shake your butt to ask for rewards. Qin Bao Bao's popularity is definitely higher than theirs, but it might not be enough to crush them. I feel very tired after 2 hours of live broadcasting. A's, can you help me take over later? Don't mess around. You're being paid to do things properly. I'm not a celebrity. Qin Bao Bao pouted. At this moment, the room was finally ready. The technicians of the 2 live broadcast platforms walked out. Miss Qin, the equipment has been installed. Do you want to come over and give it a try? Qin Bao Bao limped into the room. Under the guidance of the staff, she familiarized herself with the equipment, the high-definition camera, and the high-end microphone. Chapter 237. Swordfish Streaming. It was one of the top 3 streaming platforms in the country. It was said that the top male and female streamers were worth hundreds of millions. It was terrifying. When the streaming platform first started, the female streamers were still quite moral. At most, they would wear low-cut clothes, chat with others, and sing songs. But when they found out that this industry was so profitable, all kinds of beauties began to squeeze into the industry. Nowadays, pretty girls with a bit of good looks are all female streamers. The quality of the beauties in the clubhouse has dropped. It's so annoying. Being a streamer is a quick way to make money. It's not a dream to make $1 million a month if you act coquettishly and act cute. Qin Zhe said, it's easy to become a rich and beautiful girl. Who would want to be stabbed? You're wrong. You can make money if you're happy and I'm happy. But it's not as profitable as being a streamer. You can sit in front of the computer and cheat a wave of rockets. Then, you can say, if you get a certain number of rockets, you can invite me out for a meal. Then, you can go back to your old business and earn another sum of money. At that time, in the restaurant's private room, the experienced driver Huang Yitsong and the fake driver Qin Zhe had such a conversation. After the streaming platform became popular, the pressure of competition increased. It was the same in any industry. The fans were not satisfied with singing and chatting. What should they do? Streaming Man vs. Wild. Streaming Journey to the West. Streaming Man vs. Woman. Streaming Essential Bomb. Streaming Small Mouth Swallowing Eel. After living for more than 20 years, he was worse than an eel. He could not live like this. The advantage of celebrities was their huge fan base. The disadvantage was that they did not have as many tricks as local streamers. Female streamers could openly show their cleavage and shake their buttocks. Female celebrities could do it? They could only chat under the blanket and sing at most. Therefore, celebrities rarely participated in live broadcasts. They would stop and earn a sum of money. It was absolutely impossible for them to stay for a long time. After a long time, the fans would get tired of it. The users of Swordfish Streaming were very excited. The front page of the streaming platform promoted Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show on Swordfish Streaming platform. Every user could see it immediately. Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show starts at 9 p.m. Looking forward to it. I heard from my roommate. I specially registered a Swordfish account to support my goddess. Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show. I'm so excited. Hey, does Qin Bao Bao know how to dance? With her figure, it would be a waste if she didn't dance. Don't joke around. She's a celebrity. Do you think she's an ordinary female streamer? Dance for us in shorts and a halter top. Newspaper seller little boy, my 15 centimeters broadsword is already thirsting for it. The male and female streamers of Swordfish were also talking about the hot topics of Qin Bao Bao's live show. In the group chat. The female streamer Xiao Yu, everyone, I won't be streaming tonight. Let's go watch Qin Bao Bao. The male streamers immediately replied, let's go together. I like Qin Bao Bao the most. I like to get close to a woman. In the past, it was always others who gave me rockets. Today, I'm going to give Qin Bao Bao 100 rockets. There were many male anchors who liked Qin Bao Bao, but there weren't many female anchors who liked her. It was just like how most of the fans of the Little Fresh Meats were fangirls, but the men didn't buy it and tried their best to criticize the Little Fresh Meats. The female anchors sighed. A lot of traffic is going to be taken away tonight. There's nothing we can do about it. The platform is the boss. What can we do? Also, Qin Bao Bao's singing is quite good. I'm going to watch it. Let's watch Qin Bao Bao first. When she's done, we'll stream again and cultivate immortality tonight. I want to become an immortal. My magic power is boundless. I'm not going. I don't have any feelings for Qin Bao Bao. A female streamer, Xiao Yu, are you a fan of Qin Bao Bao? Xiao Yu, no, I like Qin Bao Bao's songs, but I'm not her fan. Then why are you making a fuss? Xiao Yu, Qin Bao Bao is my sister. My husband is Qin Zhe. Immediately, a female streamer retorted, get lost. Qin Zhe is my husband. I'll beat you guys to death. Then, the topic went off track. Several female streamers were arguing about whose husband Qin Zhe was. At home, there was still half an hour before the first broadcast. Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Zhe. Is the stream over? Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin, Bao Bao said that her stream will be over soon. She asked me to watch a movie. I went straight to the theater after work. I'm coming back now. Qin Zhe, are you sure that's what she said? Wang Zijin, yes. Qin Zhe, the stream starts at 9 and ends at 11. There was a long silence. Wang Zijin, maybe it's because I can't lift a knife, so she's a little arrogant. A's, don't care if you hear anything tonight. Qin Zhe, she's my sister after all. Don't break her. He put away his phone and turned to look at his sister, who was eating snacks to relieve her stress. My baby, just behave if you're crippled. Why do you have to trick your best friend? You're not Teddy Sue. Qin Bao Bao noticed the sincerity in her brother's smile. She chewed on her snacks, her cheeks bulging like a rabbit chewing on a carrot. Her big, sparkling eyes were blinking. It was shamefully hard, sigh, it was shamefully cute. Do you want some? His sister handed him a candy bar. Oh, it's the aroma of malt. Qin Zhe took a bite. TSK, this candy is so sweet that my teeth are about to fall off. The stream hadn't started yet, but Qin Bao Bao's stream was filled with hundreds of thousands of fans who were looking forward to it. The bullet screen was filled with comments. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to see clearly. Occasionally, there were different colored captions. Yellow captions, why am I yellow? Green captions, I'm green, I'm green. Red captions, the yellow ones are idiots. The green ones are my grandsons. It's settled. The little boy selling newspapers, F***CK. Time ticked by. It was 9:00 sharp. Qin Bao Bao's first stream started. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face appeared on countless computer and phone screens. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her fair forehead. In the video, she looked at the camera and waved. Hello, everyone. Can you see me? The bullet screen was filled with comments. Yes, yes. The goddess is so beautiful. She's licking the screen. Those who dare to show their foreheads are real beauties. The goddess is so tall. I'm yellow again. I'll kill whoever dares to make a cuckold out of me this time. Qin Bao Bao looked at the bullet screen and smiled demurely. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to meet all of you at Swordfish Stream. This is my first time doing a stream. I don't know what to do, so I'll chat with all of you. After a pause, she continued, you can communicate with me on the bullet screen. Well, whoever sends a rocket can ask a question. Immediately, someone sent a rocket. It was very rich. Everyone, quiet down the bullet screen. Let's start with I'm the biggest in the world. Qin Bao Bao immediately picked a tycoon. Although she claimed that she had never done a stream before and didn't know what to do, Qin Bao Bao had done some planning before the stream. All she had to do was follow the script. I'm the biggest in the world, sent a bullet screen. Bao Bao, what's your bust size? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. I'm not answering private questions. The goddess looks so cute when she rolls her eyes. I want to know too. I think it's at least a D cup, 666, big boss. I'm the biggest in the world, said, then I definitely can't ask about your measurements. Let's change the question. What about your height and weight? Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said, 172 centimeters tall, 54 kilograms weight. I'm the biggest in the world, sent a series of red hearts. Next, I'm a single dog, will be you. I'm a single dog, said Bao Bao. Are you still a single dog? Qin Bao Bao laughed. I'm single, but I'm not a dog. The bullet screen was filled with ha ha ha, and the goddess is still single. How lucky. The third was, it's my lack of money. He said, looking at the wall behind you and the decorations, you should be at home, right? Is Qin Zhe at home too? Without waiting for Qin Bao Bao to answer, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. I noticed it a long time ago. Looking at the door behind her, she's obviously at home. Wow, the goddess is streaming at home. Wait a minute, where's my husband? Where's my husband? Qin Bao Bao nodded. I'm at home. I sprained my ankle a few days ago, so I can only stream at home. After saying that, she wanted to hear her fans' consolation, but they ignored her as if they didn't hear her. A group of flirtatious bitches shouted, Where's my husband? Where's my husband? At the headquarters of Swordfish Platform. The ordinary employees had already knocked off, but the IT department was working overtime to maintain the back end and collect data. The coders had panda eyes and emitted a sense of weakness. When the operations director came to check on them, they still had to give their leader a mocking smile. The operations director asked, What's the data of Qin Bao Bao's stream? The number of people has already reached 300,000. Coder A said. The highest number of A-list celebrities we invited last time was 3.8 million? The correct number is 3,836,203 people. Coder B said. The operations director muttered, Keep an eye on it. The number of people will increase later. Remember to maintain it and don't let the room crash. Work overtime tonight. I'll allow you to come to work an hour later tomorrow. The coders smiled. Okay, leader. Thank you, leader. The operations director sighed. Looking at the momentum, it's a bit difficult to break the record. Qin Bao Bao's fame is too short. Her fan base isn't as high as the A-list celebrities. Coder A said again, Leader, should we help to increase the data? The operations director, it depends. If the number of people doesn't reach 2 million in half an hour, increase it to 2 million. After an hour, increase it to 3 million. Okay, leader. Chapter 238. 9:30 p.m. Half an hour had passed since the start of the live broadcast. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her room. Oh, there were 2 million viewers. Her popularity was indeed heaven-defying. There were too many big shots spamming rockets with all sorts of strange questions. Someone asked Qin Bao Bao how many boyfriends had she had. This question was not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that she had lived for 25 years and had never had a boyfriend before. No one would believe the truth these days and would even look down on her for being pretentious. Someone asked her what her criteria for choosing a partner was. It was also not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that her criteria for choosing a partner was very simple, just 4 words, childhood sweethearts. That would be the end of it. Others would not find anything wrong with it, but her parents would misunderstand. Childhood sweethearts? My daughter did not have a childhood sweetheart. She grew up with her younger brother. There were also people asking when she would release a new album or hold a concert. Qin Bao Bao said that it would depend on the company's arrangements. Last one, going to Germany, do you have any questions? Going to Germany, said Bao Bao, I just want to ask, has Qin Zai's small goal really been achieved? Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said reservedly, I'm not too sure if it has been achieved or not, but he has made a lot of money in the stock market. Although she liked to brag about her younger brother, she could not say in front of millions of people that her younger brother had made 100 million. The screen was filled with 666. Bow down to the big shots. Amazing. If I had bought some black donkey technology back then, I would be rich now. My younger brother is the best. Then, another wave of rockets was spammed. We have chatted for so long and there are so many people in the room. Let me sing a few songs for everyone. Qin Bao Bao asked, what do you want to listen to? Fairy tale. Exaggerated. Time boils the rain. The bullet screen was filled with the names of her songs. Okay, let's sing Fairy Tale first. On the other side, at Swordfish Streaming Company. The programmers were drooling over their goddess while maintaining the streaming room. The operations director came in. The number of viewers in the room is 3 million. How many have you spammed? In the streaming circle, it was very normal to fake the number of viewers. Millions of people watching a game, millions of people watching a video of an internet celebrity spamming a video. It seems that the people of the People's Republic of China are just people who don't do proper things. 233 Everyone saw through it but didn't say anything. They all had a tacit understanding, 600,000 yuan. Programmer reluctantly looked away from the computer screen and gave the director a smile. The actual number of people is 7 million. That's not bad. It's at the level of the first tier. We can't expect her to break the record. After all, a singer is not as popular as a movie star. The operations director muttered, I'll come back in an hour to take a look. Well, I've already sung a few songs. I'll take a break first. You can ask questions later, Qin Bao Bao said. Other than chatting and singing, the proposal did not ask her to do anything else. It was impossible for celebrities to show their cleavage, act cute, and shake their butts. There were actually very few things that she could do. It was Qin Bao Bao's first time doing live streaming. She didn't have much experience and didn't like doing live streaming. Although she often acted cute in front of her younger brother, she definitely couldn't pout and act cute in front of a group of onlookers. He just needed to muddle through for 2 hours. Can we change the way we play? We want to watch you dance. I'll send 100 rockets. I'll send 200 rockets too. I just want Bao Bao to dance. Dance +1. Dance +10086. The rocket plane was still spamming non-stop, but the enthusiasm of the fans had mostly died down. An hour had already passed. The initial novelty had cooled down. After chatting for an hour, anyone would be tired. Some fans had already left the room to watch the flirtatious female streamers do a belly dance. They would watch them pout and act cute. They would come back later to watch Qin Bao Bao. The female streamers were overjoyed and chatted in the group. Hey, my room is much more popular. Mine too. It hasn't even been 2 hours. I just came out of Qin Bao Bao's room. I'm a little tired. I'll go to the other rooms and go back later. I'm not going back. I want to do a live stream of playing games. I'm not chatting anymore. A fan wants me to do a hot dance. She said that as long as I dance, she'll send me 20 rockets. I'm going to change. Bye. I'm going to do a stand-up comedy for the fans. Everyone, remember not to chat or sing. Many fans came from Qin Bao Bao's room. They're tired of chatting. Douyu Streaming Company. The operations director came to inspect again. The programmers left the streaming room without any change in expression. They were all thinking the same thing, damn it. Didn't they say they'd come back in an hour? What's going on? I saw that the number of people in the room dropped by a lot. We'll refresh it later. Hurry up. Too many people have left the room. It'll cause a crowd phenomenon. Got it, leader. Although many people had left Qin Bao Bao's room, it was still the most popular streaming room. It crushed all the female and male streamers. However, with her status as an A-list celebrity, her results were not ideal. Was I wrong? Would it have been better to invite other A-list celebrities? The operations director pondered. Not really. Qin Bao Bao's beauty is one of the top A-list celebrities. He had been watching Qin Bao Bao's stream as a bystander. Suddenly, he understood. She's too restrained. Even if she doesn't ask for a dance, she can still act cute. If she's too restrained, the fans will get tired very quickly. Li Yanhong sat in the living room with a laptop in front of her. She expressed her opinion. She keeps smiling. It feels very formal. She's not relaxed enough. She's not joking with the fans either. Qin Zhe sat beside her. He was holding his phone and video chatting with Sister Ziwei. I think we should let Bao Bao shout on the mic. Li Yanhong played a classic shout on the mic. She asked Qin Zhe, what do you think? She's like an idiot. Qin Zhe mumbled. She's making me feel awkward. I think it's quite good. Li Yanhong had a different opinion. Qin Zhe sat on the sofa to prevent her from peeping at his sister Zijin. Aren't you going to help your sister? Li Yanhong asked. I'll go and sit down later. Qin Zhe said impatiently. I'm chatting. Let's talk when it's over. 10 minutes later, he and Wang Zijin finally ended the video chat. Qin Zhe planned to go into the room and chat with the fans who were crying and shouting that they wanted to have children with him. He had agreed with his sister before the stream. Anyway, as long as Qin Bao Bao didn't appear online, it wouldn't be a breach of contract. He gently pushed the door open. He didn't enter. Instead, he stood at the door. Can I come in? Qin Bao Bao turned her head to look at him. As soon as she turned, the people in the stream saw Qin Zhe at the door. Ah, the little brother is here. They really live together. Or catch a little brother. Hubby, hubby. Hubby is so handsome. The fans' reactions were quite big. Qin Zhe pulled a chair over and sat next to his sister. He waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. The bullet screen was flooded. Hello, little brother. Hello, hubby. The rocket airplanes didn't stop. What did you talk about with everyone before? Qin Zhe asked his sister. Just a casual chat. Qin Bao Bao said, tell us some gossip. Qin Zhe nodded and faced the camera. I'll tell you some gossip. Qin Bao Bao wet her bed when she was 3 years old. She didn't dare to sleep alone until she was 10. Qin Bao Bao hit her little brother. Ha ha ha, scandals about the goddess, the more the better. Wet her bed when she was 3 years old. There's nothing wrong with that. My child also wet his bed when he was 3 years old. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Qin Zhe said, everyone has chatted for so long. I believe you don't want to nag me anymore. How about this, I'll sing a song for everyone. After a pause, he stared at the camera. Original. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The comments section was in an uproar. Original? Is that true? Did my ears deceive me? As expected of a fast shooter. Is there a new song? Wow, I always thought that the biggest reward of this live stream was chatting with the goddess. I was wrong. If your original song is a masterpiece, I'll send you 100 rockets, 100 rockets for a masterpiece, 500 for a masterpiece. Wow, tycoon, I'll send you 5 rockets. I kneel to the tycoons. Poor people can only send you 10 rockets. Only celebrities would receive such treatment. Other female streamers would be happy if they could receive dozens of rockets in a day. Qinze went to his room to get his guitar and drank some water to moisten his throat. When he returned, he found that the number of viewers had increased by more than 100,000 and was still increasing. The news quickly spread online. Go and watch Qin Bao Bao's live stream. Qinze is going to sing an original song. Do you? I just came out. What's going on? Come quickly. You'll miss it if you're late. Is this for real? This fast shooter is going to release a new song. Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Douyu Company. The operations director rushed to the IT department excitedly. Don't increase the number of viewers for now. Let's see how much it will increase. Coder C said angrily, Leader, he's stealing the show. This is Qin Bao Bao's live stream. What is he doing here? The coders expressed that they did not know what an original song was. They only wanted to watch the goddess lick the screen. The goddess's beauty was the only comfort in the long night. The operations director slapped his scalp. Shut up. You talk too much. After giving his instructions, he returned to his office and sat in front of the computer with great interest. On the screen, Qinze was holding his guitar and plucking the strings. The moon splashes on the galaxy, the road is long. The wind and smoke is gone, the shadow is waning. Who told me to be so skilled? Who told me to be in a dilemma? In the end, I'm heartbroken. Calling Buddha, there's no turning back. Kneeling to a master, life and death are irrelevant. Good and evil exist in the world. The fate of the real and the fake world is not clear. Hard to break. What do I need this metal rod for? The operations director was dumbfounded. What do I need this metal rod for? Chapter 239. What use do I have for this iron rod? So what if I have this change? I'm still uneasy, I'm still dispirited. Golden hoop above my head, I can't say what I want to say. The world is evil and dangerous, it's hard to escape. This rod will turn you into ashes. As Qinze's voice turned from high pitch to low pitch, the sound of the guitar slowly dissipated, but the sound lingered in the room. He leaned the guitar against the table leg and smiled. Is it nice? Qin Bao Bao pecked his head like a fangirl. It's nice. Qinze glanced at her. I want to be a hooligan in broad daylight, but you don't understand. So cool. Howling at his sister, what use do I have for this iron rod, felt a little creepy and a little beastly. Bullet comments flew across the screen, most of them were meaningless comments. 666, it's really original, fast shooter deserves his reputation, I'm shocked. Then, waves of rockets and airplanes appeared. But there were also more thoughtful comments. This song has a lot of momentum. The style should be a mix of pop music and classical opera. It's not that amazing at first, but it's quite charming. The lyrics are also quite interesting. You have to listen carefully to understand the charm. It feels like it's more than enough to be the theme song of Journey to the West. But the lyrics are a little weird. What use do I have for this iron rod? It feels weird, is it my imagination? Qinze looked at the continuous stream of gifts and whispered, there are quite a lot of rich people in this Douyu streaming. Qin Bao Bao whispered in his ear, don't talk nonsense, this is swordfish streaming. We took their money to advertise for them. Don't you feel embarrassed if you said the wrong advertising message? Qinze was stunned. Maybe I remembered wrongly, or maybe some black-hearted guy took Douyu's advertising fee. The fans in the streaming room were not satisfied, so they typed and asked for another song. The song just now was not bad, the iron rod was the highlight, hee hee hee. Bow down to the big boss, 666. I feel like this song is going to be popular, no, this line is going to be popular. He got it so quickly. Qinze looked at his sister with a guilty conscience. His sister's expression was normal. She sat next to her brother and wished she could lean on him. His sister was still rather naive in this aspect. After all, the first blood was still there, and she didn't understand the stain. Give me another song. This song is still a little different from the ones you've written before. Although it's a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a problem if it's a fast shooter. Give me another original. I'll go all out and send 1,000 rockets. Qin Bao Bao felt a little sad. She felt that she was about to become her brother's foil. There were no more, Bao Bao is so beautiful, or Goddess, I love you, in the bullet screen. Instead, it was a sea of 666 and I love you, hubby. Is this really my first show? Qin Zhe didn't pay attention to his sister's resentful eyes. He realized that doing live broadcasts was quite fun. He could show off in front of millions of people. This was different from singing on the stage of Pop Star and the Golden Melody Awards. The brilliantly lit stage would create a certain amount of psychological pressure, and there would be groups of eyes staring at you. Live broadcasts were not so serious and tense. The atmosphere was very cheerful and interactive. They would hit 666 and worship the big boss like salted fish. They would call him, hubby, hubby, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. He was a child who lacked love since he was young. He longed to be a clever child like his sister who was praised by relatives and friends. He wanted to show off, but he didn't have the confidence. His legs would go weak when he stood on the podium. Unlike his sister, she didn't need to show off. Her life was awesome in capital letters. When she was young, everyone praised her for being beautiful. When she went to school, everyone praised her for being smart. When she was admitted to Fudan, everyone praised her for being beautiful and smart. Now that she was a big star, it was even more amazing. It was a double act. Forget about singing. Qin Bao Bao has sung quite a lot, and I've also sung. I'm afraid everyone will get tired of listening to it, Qin Zhe said. If I sing another original song, I'll never be able to take off the title of a fast shooter. Moreover, I prepared to sing this song in advance, so I registered the copyright. What if I can't register it in time after singing it and someone else beats me to it? The fans were extremely disappointed. Other than singing and chatting, I feel that there's nothing much to say. I don't know crosstalk, I don't know how to tell jokes, and I don't think you'll like to watch me play games. Qin Zhe changed the topic. However, I have some experience in the stock market. The stock market is in full swing. I believe that everyone in the live broadcast room has some experience in the stock market. I'll talk about some of my views and predictions on the stock market. The air suddenly became quiet. After a long time, a bullet screen carefully floated over. Did I hear wrongly? You want to push the stock market? A second bullet screen trembled as it floated over. Big boss, can you repeat that? I suspect that there's something wrong with my ears. A third bullet screen, big boss, you have to keep your word. A liar's dick is only 5 centimeters long. Little boy selling newspaper, F***ck, how did you know my secret? Then, the comments section exploded. In an instant, dense bullet screens floated over. Oh my god, Qin Zhe is going to push the stock market. Everyone, come and watch. Big boss, wait a moment. I'll find a pen and write it down in a small notebook. Likewise, I'll go and call my dad. He lost tens of thousands in the stock market a while ago. These days, he's been acting like he has nothing to live for. I want to give him hope in life again. After watching this live broadcast, I'll set a small goal for myself, to earn 100 million first. F***ck, I didn't expect there to be such a benefit. I won't even watch Qin Bao Bao's striptease. I'll only watch Qin Zhe. The male and female streamers who worked hard to earn money discovered a very strange phenomenon. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped sharply, from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and then to tens of thousands. Excluding the multiplier, there were at most a few thousand people. What was going on? Where did everyone go? It was only a little over 10 o'clock. Why did they go to bed so early? Did they not cultivate immortality? But soon they understood, because the comments section was noisy. Qinze is going to push the stock market. Hurry up and watch. You'll be rich tomorrow. At the same time, in the streamer group, Qinze's fangirl Xiaoyu sent a message a few minutes ago. Qinze is going to push the stock market in the live broadcast room. Does anyone trade stocks? Hurry up. The male and female streamers in the group were excited. Hurry up, the performance has already started. Don't miss it. I'm playing games on the live broadcast. Let's talk about it after this round. Idiot, how many gifts can you get by playing games? Besides, there aren't many people in the room. They've all gone to Qinze to extract essence. Hey, it's to extract essence. You typed wrong. Oh, anyway, hurry up and watch. He's the god of stocks. Listen to him teach us how to trade stocks. Maybe you'll make a fortune tomorrow. Makes sense. Then I'll stop streaming. The news of Qinze's Swordfish live broadcast quickly spread on the internet. Weibo, forums, Tieba. In the age of the internet, news spread too fast. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million. 6 million. At the same time, in the live broadcast room. How about this? Before we start, let's send a wave of gifts, Qinze said. Immediately, there were fans who sent rockets, planes, big and small gifts. 100 flowers bloomed. Why don't we forget about it? I'll sing a few songs for everyone, Qinze said with a smile. In the comments section. Bro, you can't do this. I've already taken off my pants and you're saying you're going to sing? Don't mess around. Do you believe that I'll kill you with a 40-meter sword? I'm going to vomit blood. It must be because we didn't send enough gifts. Brothers, keep it up. Another wave of gifts came in. Seeing that it was about time, Qinze stopped fooling around. He coughed and said, "All right, I'm just saying. Don't thank me if you make a profit. Don't scold me if you lose." Chapter 240. Many people know that the stock market will be good around September. Actually, the stock market started to rise in April. Over time, in September, the index reached the standard of a bull market. That's when everyone knew that the bull market was here. Under such good circumstances, countless people jumped into the stock market to earn some pocket money or to become rich overnight. But the stock market is a game. Some people make money, and some people lose money. Even if a certain stock is popular, there will be fluctuations. Some people buy at a high price, and when the stock closes, the stock will fall. Even if the stock is still popular that day, you will still lose money. How to avoid risk? It's still the same old saying, don't chase up and don't sell down. I won't talk about this. It's meaningless. The craziest period of this bull market will be in October. You can earn whatever you buy then. After the crash in early November, many bubble stocks were removed from the stock market. Then, the stock market needs to be more careful and consider the standard of the shareholders. I won't talk about specific stocks here. Let's talk about sectors. In the coming December, I predict that there will be 3 sectors that will be popular: gold metal, national defense, and infrastructure stocks. The fans asked him, are there any powerful stocks like Black Donkey Technology? Yeah, if there's another Black Donkey Technology, I'll buy it with all my money. Don't go bankrupt. Let's team up. Your thinking is dangerous. I calmly chose 20x leverage. Qinze smiled. Let's send a wave of gifts first. The obedient fans sent hundreds of rockets. Qin Bao Bao leaned against her brother and smiled. Unfortunately, there isn't. Qinze smiled and said, Black Donkey Technology is a stock that can only be found by chance. It's very difficult to catch a second one. There is a reason why I said that these sectors will rise. Everyone, listen to me. Although the fans felt that they were being played, no one stirred up trouble. They were focused on learning from the big boss. Was there really no stock similar to Black Donkey Technology? No, there was. Qin Zhe knew of one, but he wouldn't say it. He wouldn't recommend any stocks in this live broadcast. Because that would be playing with fire. With millions of people in the live broadcast room, if he casually mentioned a stock, that stock would probably hit its limit the next day. Then, it would hit its limit again and again until it was reaped by the banker. This is a disruption of the market. The party and the government will get rid of him. But when it comes to the general trend of the stock market, it doesn't matter. He could say whatever he wanted. Swordfish Streaming Company. The director of operations was sitting in front of the computer. His eyes were bright as he watched the live broadcast attentively. Qin Zhe's voice was playing from the sound system. He was a veteran shareholder who had entered the stock market in 2001. He had been in the stock market for 16 years and had been cheated badly. This year's bull market had given him a taste of sweetness. Finally, the bitterness was over and the sweetness was coming. Before November, he had earned hundreds of thousands in the stock market. But after the crash in early November, he lost half of his profits. Then, he realized that the stock market was still hot, but it wasn't as profitable as before. Choosing stocks became very important. At this time, listening to Qin Zhe's deep and simple analysis of each major section and each major industry, he felt as if he had been enlightened. He used a very pretentious poem to describe it. The immortal patted my head, tied my hair and received immortality. He took the time to glance at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. He was so shocked that he almost slid off his chair and under the table. Population, 2826253. Oh my God. The director of operations looked at Qin Zhe's face reluctantly. He gritted his teeth and said goodbye with great determination. He hurried to the IT department. Turn off the multiplier. Don't increase the number of viewers, the director of operations yelled. More than 28 million people. If he bragged too much, he would become a laughing stock. Although increasing the number of viewers was an unspoken rule in the live broadcast industry, he couldn't be too exaggerated. Reaching 4 to 5 million was already the limit. Just like that A-list celebrity at the beginning of the year, the statistics said that there were 5 million viewers online, but the actual number was only 5 to 600,000. It was already very shocking. Now, the popular streamers who claimed to have 1 million fans only had about 100,000. If you increased the number of viewers by 28 million, you would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. The programmers were so busy that they were in a terrible fix, minding their own business as they typed on the keyboard and maintained the room. Sir, the room is about to collapse. We are expanding the database and increasing the number of viewers in the room. The director of operations waved his hand. Don't worry about that. Return the number of viewers to normal and turn off the multiplier. 10 minutes later, the maintenance ended and the multiplier was turned off. Actual data. Number of viewers online, 8 million. Sir, a new record has been set. The highest record on the live broadcast platform has been set. Sir, you must give us a day off tomorrow. My wife hasn't eaten sausages in a long time. Please give us a day off. The programmers were overjoyed. The director of operations was also overjoyed. They had broken the record. No, they had created the highest record. The real highest record, the kind that didn't depend on the data. It was real data. This time, inviting Qin Bao for her first show was the right thing to do. Inviting a celebrity to the live broadcast platform was to attract popularity and advertise. What could be more practical than this? There would definitely be news tomorrow. Master Qin publicly teaches stock trading secrets on Swordfish live broadcast, shocking. Millions of people watching a man. The truth is this. In comparison, it didn't matter whether the record was broken or not. There were too many people in this society. Spending a little money to get on the list. How shameless. Sigh, did I forget something? He slapped his forehead and hurriedly ran back to the office to get the book. In the live broadcast room, after saying so much, those who are interested can try to invest. I'll give you some advice. These sectors are not popular for now. Don't worry about them rising, but hold the shares for at least half a month. Otherwise, you will regret it. In the comments section, I've learned a lot. I'll buy the shares of these 3 sectors tomorrow. I'm prepared to hold them for a month. Chin Zhe, if I make money, I'll erect a longevity monument at home and pray to you every day. Is it true? I feel like I'm being tricked. I don't dare to invest. Boss, if these sectors don't rise well, you will be embarrassed. At this moment, a tycoon sent 50 rockets. Chin Zhe, let me ask you a question. How long do you think the stock market will be popular for? This question was a little difficult. Or rather, there was no definite answer. Chin Zhe said, since the birth of our country's stock market, there have been many bull markets. The duration was different. The long ones were over a year, the short ones were a few months. It's hard to say how far the bull market will go this time. That person did not give up and asked again, what do you think? Chin Zhe said, it depends on the situation in January. If there is a collapse, the bull market will collapse. If it passes the year peacefully, then there will be at least half a year of bull market next year. In the comments, I've recorded it. When the time comes, I'll witness the prophecy. I've recorded it too. Let's see the results in January. My notebook is full. I feel like 100 million is not far from me. Hey I can't wait for the market to open tomorrow. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'll buy a few high-quality shares tomorrow. Heavy warehouse. I'll invest all my pocket money this year and earn next year's pocket money. Waha. It's obvious that you don't have a girlfriend. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to buy shares. I'll try to earn enough for next year's rent this month. The comments were very lively. Chin Zhe had finished speaking, but their enthusiasm had not subsided. They were discussing excitedly and asking Chin Zhe to continue for a while. Chin Zhe looked at the time. 22:50. There's still 10 minutes until the end of the live broadcast. I'll first say thank you to everyone and leave the last bit of time to Chin Bao Bao. Chin Zhe turned to look at his sister beside him. His sister grumbled, you still remember me, you heartless little pervert. You've left me hanging for so long. His sister inadvertently revealed her feminine side. This scene was seen by the audience in the live broadcast. Ah, so cute. The image of a goddess has suddenly come alive. Tisk tsk, is Chin Bao Bao acting coquettishly? She must be acting coquettishly. Lick the screen, lick the screen. Oh my heart is melting. I really want to hug and protect her. What use do I have for this iron rod? I feel that the comments just now are true. I seem to understand the meaning of this song. Chin Zhe panicked and turned to leave. Not long after, Chin Bao Bao also came out. She was babbling and stretching, looking very tired. Her computer was not turned off, but she logged out of the live broadcast platform. Li Yanhong excitedly rushed over. Bao Bao, this first broadcast was very successful. Swordfish just called and said that they broke the record. They are very satisfied with this live broadcast. There will definitely be news tomorrow. I plan to let the company use this opportunity to hype up. Believe me, your popularity will increase by a lot. I'm not the one who will increase my popularity. I'm afraid it will be someone else. Chin Bao Bao yawned and sent her away. By the way, the sections you recommended in the live broadcast, you weren't just talking nonsense, right? Chin Bao Bao was a little worried about her brother. It would be very embarrassing if her bragging was exposed. Chin Zhe said, I'm really optimistic about these sections, and I've already bought a lot of them. After this live broadcast, those sections should have a few stocks that reach the upper limit. For me, it's a great thing. Taking a step back, with the current trend of the stock market, it can't be that bad. As long as it's red, it means that my words are not wrong. It's really going up. Chin Bao Bao was stunned and suddenly laughed happily. His sister hugged his waist and pressed her face against his chest. She said softly, "Aze, do you know what I like most about you? Because I'm handsome?" "No," his sister said. "I like how you're so serious and shameless." Qinze thought, maybe I should beat this demoness to death with an iron rod. Qinze sent a message to Wang Zijin while his sister was bathing. "The live broadcast is over. Come back quickly." At around 11:30, Wang Zijin finally came back. At this time, his sister was bathing in the bathroom and the sound of water splashing could be heard. "Thank you for your hard work." Qinze went up to her like a little puppy and took her bag to confirm that she didn't bring back a knife. Wang Zijin smiled and said, "It's not hard. It's just sitting in the movie theater for 4 hours. It's not hard at all." "Oh right, don't care if you hear anything later." Qinze was speechless. "What can I do to save you, my Bao Bao sister?" Chapter 241. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door woke Qinze up. When he opened his eyes, his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what year it was. He took out his phone and saw that it was 9:00 in the morning. The alarm clock for morning exercise didn't wake him up. Wang Zijin was still angry with him for what happened last night, so she didn't knock on the door to wake him up for a morning run. The second set of elementary school radio calisthenics gifted by the system arrived in the wee hours of the morning. Qinze couldn't wait to try it out, so he practiced several times in his room. When he woke up this morning, he felt the weakness of his body being hollowed out. Was I tricked by the black-hearted system? Shouldn't I wake up the next day looking radiant and full of energy? With this effect, how can I be a teddy bear in the future? Bah, I don't want to be a teddy bear. Host, it's the same reason that the legs and feet of the human body will be sore the next day after strenuous exercise. You'll get used to it slowly. The system jumped out to explain. Although what you said makes sense, I still feel that something is wrong. Qinze sat up and shouted, "Stop knocking, who is it?" "It's a cute sister, a cute sister." Qin Bao Bao's soft voice sounded from outside the door. Qinze got dressed and opened the door. His sister was wearing a sweater, jeans, and jogging shoes. She was charming and beautiful. "Are you going out?" Qinze looked at her and glanced at her long and straight legs. "I want to go out and play." His sister gave him a cat-like look. Qinze knew what she was thinking. He brushed past her and said, "I have to go to the company later, so I can't accompany you. Also, is your leg better?" "It still hurts when I walk, but it won't affect me when I go shopping." His sister followed him to the bathroom. "Behave. If you go out and play now, you won't be able to run fast if someone recognizes you." Qinze washed his face and brushed his teeth. "Can't you see that I don't look well?" Speaking of what happened last night, it was another malicious trick. Of course, his elder sister had dug her own grave by trapping Wang Zijin. However, she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family after all. He couldn't bear to see her being bullied. Therefore, Qinze secretly eavesdropped on them last night. In the room, there was the sound of Wang Zijin and her sister piking. Qinze imagined that they were rolling in the sheets on the bed. The elder sister, who couldn't use the deadly scissor kick, could only hold on for a few minutes before she was subdued by Wang Zijin. Then, he heard his sister's soft gasps and pleas for mercy. Qinze imagined Wang Zijin scratching her sister's armpit. Something felt wrong. Where was her laughter? The elder sister panted for a long time, but the vicious and merciless Wang Zijin still did not let her go. She began to cry for help. "Aze, Wang Zijin wants to kill me. Come and save me." "Wang Zijin, go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. I've already bribed your henchman. Don't pinch my chest, it hurts." The elder sister screamed. Don't do this, I can't take it. Spare me." The elder sister panted. At this critical moment, as the only male of the Qin family, he should stand up and uphold justice. He should rush in and shout, "Let go of that sister and let me do it." Or, let go of that sister and come at me. Qin Zhe stood outside the door. He wanted to break in a few times, but he was hesitant. Should I go in, or go in, or go in? Waiting online, it's urgent. At this time, he needed the system to show him the way. Forget it, he couldn't expect a low-level system to be reliable. After all, it was kicked out of the group. The system appeared and played in his mind on a loop. Sob sob sob, Qin Zhe said, "System, give me a mission. The fight inside seems to be very exciting. I want to go in." The system, go in? Which one are you referring to? Qin Zhe. The system, goodbye, host. In the room, the elder sister let out a high-pitched scream. Then, the whole world became dull. No, then the elder sister shouted again in the room, "Hey, hey, if you don't take off my pants, we're still good friends." I'm not wearing anything underneath, Qin Zhe, as the only male of the Qin family, how could he ignore his elder sister being bullied? Qin Zhe broke in and shouted, "Sister, don't be afraid, I'm here." The scene in front of him shocked Qin Zhe. Before he came in, the scene in his mind was like this. The two sisters were fighting fiercely on the bed. The elder sister's hair was messy as she lay on the bed, with Sister Ziwei on top of her. The bedding was messy and slipped to the ground. The elder sister was crying and resisting, but it was useless. Then, everyone's clothes were disheveled, and in the struggle, they were exposed. However, reality and imagination were two completely different things. The elder sister was sitting on the east side of the bed, while Wang Zijin was sitting on the west side of the bed. The elder sister was pretending to scream and saying embarrassing lines while slapping the bed with her small hands, making pa sounds. Sister Ziwei was watching her TV series without any distractions. The scene collapsed. Qin Zhe's mentality collapsed. I told you, he'd definitely come in to help me. Qin Bao looked at her best friend proudly. He's my brother after all, so his heart is still on my sister's side. A's was just dealing with you. Qin Zhe thought, I feel like I've been tricked. I just came in to take a look. Qin Zhe forced a smile. Sister Ziwei, what's going on? Oh, nothing. Wang Zijin said lightly, I made a bet with your sister. Your sister tricked me and was in the wrong first. A's would be considerate and stand on my side. However, your sister said that you'd definitely stand on her side and come to help. Looks like I lost. A's is indeed a good kid who dotes on his sister. After saying that, she threw a pillow over. Qin Zhe thought, I'm the last one to know the truth. I'm going to cry. I just wanted to come in to take off her clothes. Stop doing bad things. Qin Bao blushed and said angrily. Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you mean? I didn't do anything bad. Sister Ziwei didn't wake me up this morning. She must be angry. Qin Zhe complained. You only know how to trick me. I'll even reward you. Qin Bao was not convinced. Forget it. Kissing every day, it's not new anymore. Then it's your turn this time. Qin Zhe was shocked. He looked at his sister and thought, you're asking for trouble again. If it's me, I'll kiss you until you're panting. He imagined the scene of a thief getting chicken dinner. Stop fooling around. We'll talk about it after the meeting, Qin Zhe said. His sister nodded obediently. After Qin Bao became an A-list celebrity, she had less and less free time. This time, she was injured and at home. Qin Zhe did not go to the company and took time to accompany his sister. In the underground parking lot of the community, Qin Zhe got into the driver's seat and started the car skillfully. He turned his head and asked his sister in the passenger seat, shall we go shopping on Nanjing Road? No shopping. Qin Bao held her phone and said while typing, we're going to look at houses. Look at houses? Yes, there's an overpass outside the community. It's impossible to finish it in 1 or 2 years. It's causing traffic jams and mixed in with good and bad people. Zijin and I don't dare to walk at night. So you're planning to buy a house and move away from here? Yes. Qin Zhe could not get used to such a rich sister for a while. On second thought, it was true. His sister was an A-list celebrity. A-list celebrities had a very high income. Their annual income was hundreds of millions. A model worker's income was even more than $1 billion. Qin Bao Bao debuted 4 months ago. She had been an A-list celebrity for 2 months. According to her own disclosure, she had earned 7 to 8 million. This was still considered a small amount. Qin Zhe's phone vibrated. There was a message on the chat app. He opened it and saw that Nan Man Pei had invited him to join a group chat. There were 5 people in this group: the black-bellied sister, the cheating sister, Teddy Sue, and the domineering big sister Pei. Why did you join the group again? Qin Zhe looked at the sister beside him. He had joined a similar group last time, but for some reason, the sisters had tacitly left at the same time. Later, he found out that the purpose of the group was to argue. Qin Bao Bao was stunned at first, but she immediately reacted. She questioned Nan Man Pei in the group. No party, no new China, why did you invite him again? Red Bean thinks of the South. Nan Man Pei, build a harmonious society, support the authority of the Central Committee, there's something. A few days ago, so you asked me to invest. After thinking about it for a few days, I think it's good. I want to invest. You and Qin Zhe are both shareholders. It just so happens that everyone is in the same group. It saves me from calling one by one. Qin Bao Bao, no party, no new China, you can discuss it with Qin Zhe. I don't care about the investment company, and I won't. Suyu, you can't go wrong if you follow the pace of the party. Oh, you don't even argue. It's rare. Qin Bao Bao, no party, no new China, why should I argue? Anyway, you make money and I'll share it. I'm a bastard. Wang Zijin, socialist core values, I also want to invest, but I don't have money. Qin Bao Bao, no party, no new China, you don't have money. Qin Zhe said weakly, everyone, what are you doing? Suyu, you can't go wrong if you follow the pace of the party, what do you mean? Qin Zhe, what's the prefix? The 4 women replied together, we love our country. Chapter 242. Patriotism? You guys? Sorry, I don't get it at all. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched and he looked at his sister, is this your doing? His sister rolled her eyes, it's not me, it's Teddy. Oh, it's her, what's this? I don't know, it said that all the major chat groups have been adding such prefixes recently, so it's safe. Qin Bao Bao said. So it's safe, you're the most dangerous hidden danger, sister. Since the stock market, Qin Zhe, who was concerned about national affairs, suddenly understood. Oh, it must be because of the meeting. Sister Pei, how much are you going to invest? Qin Zhe silently added the prefix to himself, we are the successors of communism. Invest less, just 100 million. Nan Man Pei replied, still with the same prefix. Qin Zhe's head was full of curses, and he didn't know what to say. She calmly spat out, 100 million, still with the same prefix. Ah no, definitely the former, but the latter, he would never dare to complain. To be honest, I can't eat it. Qin Zhe sent a cute, tearful emoji. Now the company has 100 million, and there are only 2 people in the stock market. If we add another 100 million, we will have indigestion. There was no reply for a long time. Nan Man Pei said, well, I have a professional stock market team under me, and they only know how to trade stocks. They can't help with the other businesses of the investment company. How about we merge them with you? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. How's the standard, 50% profit in 3 months, it's not bad. Nan Man Pei said, can't compare with you. Qin Zhe had 48 million in capital, and a net profit of 100 million a month, more than 200% of the profit. If such a strong record was spread out, it was estimated that it would be shocked again and again. Now, the outside world knew about his little goal, but there weren't many people who knew that he had really achieved it. They could be counted on both hands. Sister Pei is so good, Sister Pei is so sweet. Qin Zhe sent a touched emoji. Suyu, virtue, supercilious. Qin Bao Bao, rolling eyes. Wang Zijin, rolling eyes. Nan Man Pei said, my treatment is quite good. If I go to your place, there's no reason for me to lower it, right? Qin Zhe ignored the complaints of the three women and typed excitedly, you talk to Suyu about this, I don't care about the company. Suyu, you're in charge. Suyu sent an aggrieved expression, you see, I shouldn't have agreed to work with him at the beginning. He didn't care about anything in the company and left it all to me. Qin Bao Bao, then leave the group and sell your shares. Suyu, shut up, it's none of your business. Seeing that the two of them were about to tear into each other again, Qin Zhe had no choice but to step in to ease the situation. He hurriedly said, stop messing around, or else I'll leave the group. Then you can leave. Please leave. Am I thinking too highly of myself? The air conditioner in the car was blowing hot air. They were dawdling for a long time, and the sister was a little hot. She grabbed the hem of the white loose sweater, straightened her waist, and took it off. She was wearing a V-neck pure cotton shirt inside, the kind that was tight, so the sister's great chest was exposed in front of her brother. Qin Zhe quietly glanced at it. In other words, the facial cleanser in the winter was very unreal. When will summer come? He was looking forward to it. Old driver, let's go. The sister urged. I'll take you to kindergarten. Qin Zhe started the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Royal View Mansion community. It was backed by the Huangpu River, right by the World Financial Center, and a few kilometers away was the famous Thomson First Class. Houses were luxuries, and the houses in Shanghai were the luxuries of luxuries. Nowadays, houses had long been separated from the essence of living. I thought you would choose a villa. Qin Zhe looked up at the towering residential buildings. Apart from the villa, Royal View Mansion and Thomson First Class belonged to the top community. As a local, Qin Zhe's reputation was like thunder to his ears. He had heard a lot about him. After the car was parked, Qin Zhe opened the door and got out. Qin Bao Bao put on her outerwear, tidied her messy hair, put on her sunglasses and mask, and jogged over to her brother, holding his arm. The two walked side by side through the first gate of the community, then turned into the reception hall. Without a guide, they could not enter the second gate, which led to the real community. Hello, I'm looking for Manager Su. Qin Bao Bao said to the receptionist. The young girl in the business suit sized up Qin Bao Bao suspiciously. She was a little curious about her mask and glasses, but she quickly understood that she was probably a small-time celebrity. She had worked in Royal View Mansion for many years and had seen many rich people and celebrities. Then, her gaze fell on the man beside her. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly screamed. Tall and slender figure, handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and a temperament without any distinguishing features, she couldn't be wrong. This was Qin Zhe. She was Qin Zhe's fangirl. Every few days, she would run to Qin Zhe's Weibo and shout, I want to have your babies. Qin Zhe, who had no temperament to speak of, made a shushing gesture to her. The girl immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed with excitement. Wait a moment. I'll go get Manager Su. Before she left, she looked at Qin Zhe reluctantly. After her figure disappeared, Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother, aggrieved. I'm not a celebrity, you are. Little fool, I'm the man behind you. Qin Zhe said. The sister felt that his words were weird, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Don't say weird things to sister. She pinched her brother's waist. Soon, an NPC named Manager Su appeared. He was a lean middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, and his hair was waxed. Miss Qin, Mr. Qin. He shook hands with the siblings and made an inviting gesture. Come with me. I've been waiting for you. Qinze immediately understood that the sister didn't buy the house on a whim. She must have planned it for a long time. The NPC manager Su led them into the real estate and talked to Qin Bao. There are 3 houses that meet your requirements. The cheapest is on the 10th floor, and the most expensive is on the top floor. They've never been moved in before. Which one do you want to see first? Qin Bao said directly, the one on the top floor. Qinze was stunned. No one is moving in? Then wouldn't we have to? He swallowed the word, renovate. This kind of high-end luxury house wouldn't be sold as an empty shell like an ordinary building. The renovations were ready-made and were of the highest quality. Manager Su led them to the top floor of a building, entered the password, and pushed open the door of Shanghai's top luxury house. Even though Qinze and his sister had stayed in a 5-star hotel before, they were still stunned by the luxurious suite in front of them. A 5-star hotel couldn't compare to this, unless it was a presidential suite. However, he had never stayed in a presidential suite before, so there was no way to compare. Nevertheless, the reputation of the presidential suite was like thunder in the underworld. It was the first choice for the opening of a female novel. The naive and sweet female protagonist accidentally entered the presidential suite and was taken by the domineering CEO inside. Everything started from the presidential suite. The European-style renovation style made every corner of the house exquisite. The crystal chandelier in the living room made up of 18 light bulbs gave Qinze the impression that it was awesome even though he didn't understand it. The NPC manager Su showed them around the suite. The living room was bigger than Qinze and his sister's nest, and the bathroom was bigger than their living room. The most impressive thing was the 10-square-meter bronze bathtub. Damn, it was big enough for Qinze to paddle and swim in. The balcony was also amazing, but it wasn't the kind that could only be used to dry clothes. It was more than enough to set up 10 tables of mahjong. It had a sea view. This house was sold when it was opened. The buyer used it as an investment, so it hasn't been moved in yet. However, we regularly arrange for cleaning and maintenance, Manager Su said. The total area is 580 square meters, and the price per square meter is 170,000. The mathematician Qinze calculated the total price, 98,600,000. Oh my God. His sister smiled. Ace, do you like it? Qinze nodded. It's not bad. Qin Bao smiled. It's good that you like it. I'll bring you here to sign some other day. Okay. Everything is in a sack. Qinze stared. Why do I have to sign? Aren't you the one buying the house? I already have a house. I want to buy a second one, and the down payment is 70%. The house will be under your name, and the down payment is only 50%. The house they lived in was given to Qin Bao by her parents the year she graduated. A house worth more than 90 million, with a down payment of 70%. With their current financial situation, they couldn't afford it even if they sold everything they had. Wait a minute. Even if it's 50% down payment, it'll still cost more than 40 million. Do you have the money? Qinze reacted. The first house only required 30% down payment, but the government made some adjustments this year, and the down payment was increased to 50%. I only have 7 million. Qin Bao threw him a starry look. A's will pay for the rest. Damn. I was wondering why you suddenly dragged me here to look at the house. We'll live in this house from now on. His sister threw him another starry look. If it weren't for the annoying NPC, Qinze might have enjoyed his sister's kiss as encouragement. Anyway, you have money now. His sister continued, you can't lose money by buying a house, right? Qinze nodded. But we still want to look at the other 2 houses, Qin Bao said. No problem. Manager Su hesitated. I want an autograph, if it's convenient. Qin Bao didn't expect him to be a fan. She smiled like a goddess and said, sure. No, you misunderstood. Manager Su waved his hand and looked at Qinze. I want Mr. Qin's autograph. My daughter likes you very much. I want your autograph to please her when I get home. Qin Zhe smiled. Of course, no problem. Qin Bao Bao.